All right, here we go. Welcome back, guys, to the Your Future Endeavors podcast. I'm Diavolo,
I'm Lunchbox.
and we got a lot to talk about this week. So before, obviously, we're
Indeed.
gonna we're gonna do the weekly shows. On this episode, we'll probably do Extreme Rules on a separate podcast
Yep.
because this one is this podcast here is going to be very positive. We have a lot of really good things to say, and we're going to save all the negativity for Extreme Rules. We'll just say that. Uh, yeah, man. So, but yeah, this was a really good week of wrestling, in my opinion. I like every show delivered in some way, in my opinion.
I agree. I think what I think that every show was on top of their game. Um, even even Monday Night Raw, which has notoriously been for the last year and a half terrible.
Right.
Even it was really a real good show.
Yes, it was. And it definitely it started off with a bang as well. So we got the announcement that we were gonna get the New Day versus the Bloodline, which is just a marquee match, like in general. Um, but Raw started off. New Day came out. Biggie, Kofi, Xavier Woods. They did the thing. Feel the power, all that. Uh, Comes out. This is like Biggie's like official entrance on Monday Night Raw as the WWE champion. Pardon me. And he came out. He started cutting a promo. Couldn't even get a couple words out before um, the "You Deserve It" chant started pouring in. It was thunderous. It was loud. And he gave an ode to Brody Lee, which was beautiful. I believe he said something to the effect of having his friends and brothers beside him and one really good friend above. Obviously, him and Brody were very close, so he was very
Hmm.
emotional in that moment, um, and I thought it was good. And it transitioned from that into them just essentially just hyping up the six-man tag versus the Bloodline. They interrupted him, and then they had a bit of a face-off, which then bled into the match, which I thought was going to be the main event. But I'm actually this is like one of the times where they changed the script. I believe they announced it as the main event, but this is one of the few times where Raw has like changed the script, and I actually enjoyed what we got in our main event better. Um,
Hmm.
and we'll get to that in just a moment. But yeah, as far as this segment, it was really good. It was emotional. It definitely did everything it was supposed to do.
Yeah, man. I really enjoyed this segment. I really enjoyed the nod to Brody Lee and the love that Big E has for him and how much he meant to Big E. Um, I thought it was short, but it was sweet, and I really enjoyed it, man. I wish that Monday Night Raw did more stuff like this because it was real good. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed seeing the whole New Day back together because it was kind of weird with Kofi and Woods on one show and Big E on another. I mean, I know that they were giving Big E his big push, but I don't know, man. It was nice to
It just feels right.
see. Yeah, it just feels right to have all three of them on the same brand. Uh,
Right. And um, I think I'm probably one of the few people of the opinion that I don't ever want to see them break up. I don't want to see them turn heel on each other or anything like that. I think they could just ride that shit out into the sunset. Um, but they might go for it one day, and it could be good. But um, you know, I really like seeing them all together. It's just it just feels right. It's appropriate. But
I
yes,
agree.
so that bled into the match, which the six man tag was really good as far as like an opening match to Raw. It was really good, which I did find a little weird that the thing that I found weird was that we ended up getting Bobby Lashley kind of ran interference. That was like the main talking point of the match. It was good, it was back and forth, but Bobby Lashley came down and ran interference and just ran roughshod on everybody. Um, but the ref was just kind of sitting there like twiddling his dick, like, oh my god, what the fuck is going on? And like normally, is that not like a DQ finish? Like, like
That was my thought.
I feel like 9 times out of 10, that's a DQ finish. I guess this was just the 1 out of 10. Yeah, so I'm not mad that it wasn't a DQ, but normally this is what happens whenever somebody runs interference. So I guess the ref was like, I just don't want to do my fucking job today. Uh, but we all have those days, so I can understand that. But yeah, he Lashley came down, and as far as like being booked after losing the title, I think they're doing it right with Lashley so far. He has every right to be pissed off about it. Obviously, I mean he's gonna play on the angle. Oh, I was hurt. Oh, I just had a match or whatever. But I mean, that it's Money in the Bank. Every if you're a champion, whenever whenever somebody's running around with Money in the Bank, I mean, you're probably going to get cashed in on after a match. It's something that you got to prepare for. So if you're not prepared, it's on you. But he does have some right to be mad about it. I mean, it's probably an annoying thing to lose your title in such a way, especially whenever you've held it for so long and been fairly dominant. So I think the way they booked it was really good. He came down, he ran roughshod on everybody. He took no prisoners. He took out Woods. He took out Kofi. He took out the Usos. Took out Big E, took out Roman, hit a nasty spear on Roman. I think he put Big E through the barricade. Um,
Yeah.
and this was good. I really like what they're doing with Lashley as far as like from their booking perspective, because it seems like the title loss has not killed any of his momentum. He's still very much a top guy, and we get more proof of that later in the night.
Yes, I thought it was a real good match. Um, my only gripe with it was they had like a commercial break mid match. Like it kind of slowed the momentum for the match, but
Yeah,
other than that, it was a good match. I liked that they still made Bobby Lashley look strong, even though he is no longer the champ. Like he's still a monstrous force to be dealt with, and still somebody to keep your eyes on in the future. Um, yeah, man, and I was shocked to see him get over on Roman like that. Um, like since Roman's become champion, you don't see that very often. Somebody else getting over on him, especially with the Usos. So that was something unique and refreshing to see somebody dominate Roman like that.
yeah, definitely. I think it's definitely time that Roman has faced someone more his size, so to speak. Like, I mean, obviously he's gone against Braun Strowman, but you know we know what happened with that. And then
Uh-huh.
he went against the Fiend, and well, we know what happened with that. But most everybody else he's faced has been like they're really good competitors, but they're not like on his like powerhouse level. Like he's faced guys like Edge. I mean, arguably Cesaro is up there on that powerhouse level, but I mean more of like I mean powerhouse more like in stature. Like Cesaro's very skinny, but he could fucking out he could probably squat the half the locker room at once. So, but
That's
guys
true.
guys
He's
like
a strong motherfucker.
right. He's faced like guys like Rey Mysterio and Finn Balor and Daniel Bryan. So I think it's cool to see, and I think it's about time that Roman gets that someone like more of his stature, and we'll see that with Brock. But I really liked it here with Bobby. Um, and then yeah, so yeah, the segment was really good, and it bled into him just kind of like pacing back and forth or no, he wasn't pacing back and forth backstage. He ran straight into Sonya and Pierce's office, and obviously he was upset about the loss. He's over there fucking just like just berating them, really, just like y'all better do something. Like I want my rematch, and blah 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 blah. And Pierce and Sonya are just sitting there with their jaws on the ground, like what do we say? Like this dude's fucking angry. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. Then we got the announcement that MVP was going to be out for a while. Apparently, like he suffered an injury, but I think it's like a kayfabe injury where he is actually out for like some surgery. I think he had like surgery on his knee. I can't remember what they said the injury was, but I know he went and had surgery on his knee. I saw like a post about that on Instagram. So he's going to be out for a while. So wish him a speedy recovery. Um, but yeah, so MVP is going to be out for a while. I thought the promo backstage was really good, and just watching Adam Pearce just sit there, just like jaw drop to his belly button, what do I do? I don't know what to do. It's like it's your fucking job to know what to do, man. But yeah, I thought that was really good.
I I I did too, man. Um, yeah, I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's just got, I think exactly just put Bobby like right in the light where he's supposed to be. He's just this pissed off like angry monster, and it's like he's
yeah,
do I say anything? Like if I don't move, maybe he won't see me. Uh, type bullshit. Um, yeah, I thought it was good, and like I said, the booking decisions for Lashley after his title loss have been good up to this point. Um, so yeah, not mad about it at all. We had a couple like a string of promos here where essentially it was RK Bro backstage. Um, it was essentially just the kind of like the same thing, like we usually get, where Riddle's just babbling on about some nonsense. So that's like like right before that promo, he just took 3 bong tokes. Fucking he just he does. It's like he's just sitting there talking and talking. He's like, just like he could start talking about how I have a pet dog and end up about a time that he was riding the school bus. I don't know. He's just he's just got it in him. And Randy's facial expressions are great because he was not having it at all. But he did say that he appreciated the headphones. And then Riddle, I guess Riddle got him some headphones, and so he was like, "I appreciate the headphones. They're really nice." And then Riddle went back on to babbling, and then Randy just put the headphone back over his ear, and then just completely tuned him out. So obviously this was like on the heels of his loss in the WWE Championship match. But yeah, I thought this was good. I really love Riddle as as someone I would consider myself a stoner. Maybe he just he plays on the tropes a little bit too much. But,
oh
but
yeah,
but it's good shit. I mean,
like
and they always are making some sort of weed innuendo. Every
oh
every
yeah, like
and every
we know what you're talking about.
yeah. So like, we know.
We
Uh,
now we got just
yeah.
saying.
I mean, I know me and you have had some fun times smoking the reefer. So,
Exactly.
so yeah, man. So that was good. And then following this, we had a match which was it was a filler standard Raw rematch. It was Eva Marie versus Doudrop.
Yeah.
There was a promo before Doudrop got into the ring. It was essentially just Eva just degrading her. It was like talking about, it was like, look at me and my body, and like, oh my god, I'm so hot, and then look at you, oh my god. And it's just like, I was like, okay, like how many women like in wrestling like do this exact same shtick? Uh, so,
Yep.
pardon me. Yeah, I thought it was okay, but I thought they were moving past this, so hopefully they actually like start to move past this in the future, and like there's a different direction for both of them. But it started off like Eva was running around the ring for her life. She kept like dodging her. I mean, she looked like Wile E. Coyote, just fucking going around the ring. Um, and then eventually Drop got her hands on her, and that was essentially the end of the match. The second that Doudrop got her hands on her, it was over. She hit her with the big crossbody. One, two, three, easy. But move on from this.
I agree. I thought that the week before that it was over when Dewdrop beat her. I didn't see a need for a rematch, so this was kind of a stinker on a real good night for me. I didn't really care for this. Like I'm, as you know, I'm very vocal about my dislike of Eva Marie. Like she is, I'm, I'm sorry. To me, she is so untalented. Like I'm not even gonna lie, she
As,
sucks.
yeah, like
She sucks good.
as far as wrestling goes, like it's just not it. And
Exactly.
we I
Yeah,
think we make this point every podcast where the like what like the talent that they've released and then they brought back Eva Marie. Like they let go of Ruby Riot and just like even Lana was better than Eva Marie. Like
yeah. Even Lana was better than Eva Marie.
so it's
That's
like
saying
it's saying a lot. So it's yeah, it's it's not what we want to see. I'm sure there's some people that are okay with it. I'm not really one of those people. I am not rowing that boat. Uh, but yeah, it's just time to move on from this. Like maybe have Eva just I don't know, give her like a janitor gimmick or something. I don't know. Maybe that she could actually clean up her fucking act. Uh,
uh,
oh God. But yeah, uh, I feel like we could sit here for another hour talking about our uh, our dislike for. Well, I don't even dislike her as a person. I just don't think that she's a
no.
talented wrestler. So just
Yeah,
our
like
dislike for her
she's
wrestling
probably
ability.
she seems like a real cool person, but she's just not a good wrestler.
Yeah.
Like that there's all that's all there is to it. Like I enjoy her story, how she's overcome alcoholism, how she's overcome so much. Like that's an incredible story. But I'm sorry, you shouldn't be in a wrestling ring. You're not good. Like when 99% of your matches are you running away and then getting caught and then getting beaten. It's not what I want to see.
Exactly.
Especially with a match we're going to talk about later in the podcast when I can get matches like that.
Yeah.
I don't want to see you running around and then get beaten. Like
Right.
5 minutes of you running and then 3 seconds of you losing.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. It's
I'm done.
yeah. I guess she had to get her cardio in. You know. So, I mean, I guess maybe that's the story. Maybe she could just be a fucking personal trainer or something. I don't know. I don't fucking know. But moving on, like I said, move on from the Dewdrop Eva feud, and we're gonna move on from it as well. Um, we had a promo next from Big E, and he was not happy. He was very serious, and I like whenever Big E gets serious because it just shows the dynamics of his character. That essentially what this was is that he followed in Lashley's footsteps. He went back into the office with Sonya and Pierce and was like, give me Roman, give me Lashley. I want them both tonight. And Sonya and Pierce were like, oh well, yeah, I think we could. That's a good idea. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, uh, I, God, like I hate to say it, but it was like Pierce. Like I don't know why he reminds me of one of those fish from SpongeBob. For some reason, whenever I look at him, he just reminds me of a fucking SpongeBob fish. It's like I feel like he's a wrestling move away from going, oh my leg, and then just you know what I mean? Like he just for some reason
The SpongeBob fish.
yeah, he kind of looks like a SpongeBob fish to me. I don't know why, but every time, like, I just see it. I don't know why I see it. I just see it. Fuck it. But they were like, yeah, maybe we could probably do that. It sounds like a good main event. And so it's really easy whenever the wrestlers do your job for you. Um, so, so uh, sorry, it's been a long day. I'm just roasting everything. But But yeah, so this it was essentially setting this up, and then we got the confirmation later on that this would be. Actually, we got the confirmation in the next promo where it was a Paul Heyman promo where he was essentially like the whole essence of the promo was to confirm the triple threat, which both these segments were really good, and we got a banger main event for Raw, which is like wow, like who'd have thought? Like
Indeed.
this is like it was new, it was refreshing, and that's not something that you could say about Raw a whole lot. Like this main event was like a crisp McDonald's Sprite.
Indeed.
Yeah,
I like that.
yeah. It's
I
just
like that analogy. Yes.
yes, quite indeed. Uh, so moving on, we had a match that we've seen a couple times, but these guys, anytime they get into a ring, I think it's just bound to deliver. You had Randy Orton versus AJ Styles. Obviously, Omos was in Styles' corner, Riddle was in Orton's corner. Uh, like the whole like first part of the match, like before they got to a commercial break or whatever, uh, like Omos ended up getting involved, and then he got ejected, I believe. Um, There was that. It was really good action in here. There was a funny spot where they just kind of did like the pointing Spider-Man meme, where AJ's on the outside, he's going for a phenomenal forearm, and then Randy goes to jump and counter it for an RKO, and like they both like read it at the same time, and they just fucking pointed at each other. They're like, oh. It's, I thought that was pretty cool. I thought that was pretty funny. It's just like it's fucking the Spider Verse. Uh, but the match itself was really good. Randy Orton ended up getting the W here. One
Yeah.
thing I've noticed over the last couple of weeks is that AJ Styles has kind of been on a losing streak. Like he's been kind of like the fall guy in the tag matches. Even in singles competition, he's been losing a lot. He hasn't picked up a solid W in a good minute.
Yeah. That the match was good in my opinion. I enjoyed the match. The only thing I have to gripe about is that, like you said, AJ seems to be on a losing streak. They make it seem like AJ can't win without Omos, and I don't like that because AJ is one of the best in the world, arguably top three, and he deserves better than that, man. Um, I wish they would take split him apart from Omos because they ain't doing nothing, man.
Right. Right.
And
We'll probably get
there's
that in
not
the
much.
draft, I think, though. I think we might see that happen.
Hopefully, I hope so. Because I don't know, there's not much AJ can do for Omos. I mean, he can teach him about psychology and stuff, but Omos is huge. He can't wrestle the way AJ wrestles. He needs to wrestle, unfortunately, one of them old big guy styles.
Right,
Like,
like imagine Omos hitting a springboard 450.
he would literally kill somebody.
I'd be like, what in the 2K20 was that? Like this fucking 7'4" guy doing a springboard 450. I mean, I will say, I mean, the dude's like like whenever we've seen him like be agile, just like and whatnot. Like he's pretty quick. Like I remember, I think we've touched on it before in another podcast where like I can't remember who it was against, but he just took off running at somebody up the ramp. Like it's like damn near fucking tracked him down. He looked like a fucking cheetah, like gliding through the plains out there. So I mean, he's really fast. I think if you could play more in like the agile style of his, I think it'd be really good for him, and just let him kind of build around that. But he's still pretty green. He's still new to the business. I think they literally yanked him like right out of the performance center. So I mean, he's still got a lot to learn, and obviously being under AJ's wing will help him a lot. Um, but yeah, I think it's time for them to split, and it doesn't have to be like a one turns on the other thing. Just split them up through the draft. Let Omos go to SmackDown or something, and then you know maybe he can uh, have a good run over there. Maybe give him a mid card title. See if he's like see if he can run with that. And you know maybe we get a little something from Omos. You know what I'm saying? Get a little something from him. So we'll see.
I agree. Uh, well, moving on, we had. Did we have another promo next, or was it the Shayna Baszler Nia Jax thing?
Yeah, it was Shayna versus Nia, um, which oh my God, thank God, fuck, they
I know we
finally
talked about this.
they finally like the split newsflash everybody, the split is official. But the thing that I really enjoyed about this, right, was I think Nia like really like hammered in the point where she was gonna that she was gonna dominate Shayna, like cause like she's big, she's dominant. That is the exact opposite. What happened was the exact opposite. Like
Yeah,
Shayna Shayna dominated the shit out of this match. It was
she
very
whooped
quick.
her ass.
It was a very quick match, and it's like the thing that we take away from this segment the most is that it's great seeing Shayna get a singles victory. It's it's so great to see her back in singles competition because I feel that is exactly her bread and butter. Um, she got the W in singles competition and then just fucking went after Nia after the bell rang. She just assaulted the shit out of her. Um, Ended up doing that arm stomp spot that she does on the steel
Yep.
steps a couple times, which I believe is I don't know. I mean, obviously we never want to speculate on injuries, but I do believe this is like a kayfabe injury where Nia's gonna like take some time away, and it's like said that she had like a dislocated elbow and like a or something. I don't remember the exact wording of the injury, but she's gonna be missing some time. And another cool thing that they did here was that Shayna's like acting during this was really good because she showed mixed emotions. Like there was like almost some restraint in doing it, but like I feel like because obviously like they were tag partners, they were champions together, so there's it's not all animosity between them. But I feel like even she realized that she was just kind of past the point of no return and she had to go through with it. And I think that's kind of like that's the really cool thing. Um, about the whole problem is like she was sitting there like with her hands on her head like oh my fucking god like what have I done. I was like well I mean I can't really turn back now and then just stomp the shit out of her arm. I was like damn like that's pretty fucking brutal. Oh yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, that's what I enjoyed about this matchup is seeing Shayna be Shayna. Like this is the good old NXT Shayna where she was destroying everybody and everything. No offense to Nia or whatever. That's a whole nother bucket of worms. But uh, it was good to see Shayna finally get pushed in the direction she needs to be. She's a monster heel, and she's good at what she does, man. Like, give her the chance. And seeing them finally split her up from Nia was a huge relief for me, man, because they were holding Shayna back by putting her in that tag team. They were watering her down. They weren't using her to her full potential. And I'm hoping that maybe through the draft we get to see a more dominant Shayna.
Yes. I know. In another video we talked about that. Go check that out. Top 10 superstars who would be most beneficial from a brand
Yeah,
switch through the draft. That is a that was a fun video that we did. So if you're seeing this, go be sure to go check that out. Um,
yeah,
but yeah, like you said, this is good. It's good to see her back in singles action. Um, and obviously, like Nia missing time, like they could probably revisit the story down the road. Uh, that was a weird, that was a weird, that's a weird fuck up in my speech. Sorry about that. But yeah, and it's like, but yeah, I think my favorite part about the whole segment though was the fact that she showed those mixed emotions and like a little bit of restraint to an extent. And it was like, like I said, it was like even she realized, like, yeah, I'm kind of past the point of no return. I'm gonna break your fucking arm, and just just fucking went through with it. So yeah, great segment here, and hopefully through the draft, Shayna gets um she gets over on SmackDown, and Can do little things over there, a little rough shot running. You know what I'm saying? Do a
Yep.
little something something over there. Uh,
Yeah, buddy.
yeah, buddy. Next up, it was kind of a surprise actually. This is not something that I was expecting to see. So uh, there was a tag team match between two teams, and one team I did not expect to see them at all. It was Mustafa Ali and Mansoor versus Angel Garza and Humberto Carrillo. When is the last time we've seen Angel Garza on Raw?
That man, it's been too long.
I mean, it's like both Garza and Humberto. If you don't know, I believe they're cousins in real life. They're blood related. I know that much. Um, and uh, they decided that, and I like the way that they touched on it in their promo, about how they formed. It's like, yeah, they've had differences in the past. Obviously, they were feuding like not even like a year and a half ago. Like, whenever like Andrade was around, and like the whole thing was Zelina Vega trying to like keep Garza and Theory and everybody together and whatnot. Um,
Yep.
so like they were feuding like not even a year and a half ago, but they decided, obviously, like blood is thicker than water. There's nothing stronger than family, and they decided to team up and see where it goes. And I like the pairing, man. There, I actually like it surprised me, and it was a really good surprise. And the match itself was really good. All four of these guys, and probably arguably put like behind the main event. This was like right behind it, in my opinion. Just with the way like the action went, um, and like it's just good. It was good seeing them on TV. I really enjoyed the match. It was really fucking good. And Garza and Humberto ended up picking up the W here, and just kind of rode off into the sunset. Sunset. And obviously, I'd like to see better things for Mustafa Ali and Mansoor, but for not having seen Humberto or Angel Garza on TV for a long time, I think it was really cool to see them be put into a tag team. We can see where it goes, and the fact that they got a W, like that's not that was like it was probably like I can't even say it was the last thing that I expected because it wasn't even on the fucking list. Like it was, it just it
You doggone right there.
it completely fucking blindsided me. So, but it was a good blindside. It was like, it was like a nice, beautiful woman giving you a good smooch on the cheek. Uh, you know what I mean? So, yeah, this was good. I love this segment. Obviously, I want more for Ali and Mansoor, but having Garza and Humberto back on TV was a real treat.
It was, it was really nice to see them again. They're both really good wrestlers. They can put on good matches. It was cool to see Humberto as a heel. That was unique. That was very refreshing. Um, the match was what it needed to be: short, sweet, squash. Uh,
Yeah,
I I really enjoyed it for what it was, man. I think we've talked about this before. Raw needs to freshen up their tag team and women's division. So this is a step in the right direction with a fresh new team out there.
indeed. So so yeah, we'll see where that goes. Obviously, we'll see where they end up like after the draft and stuff. But um, man, it's just so good to see that because Angel Garza is incredibly talented, and he's gotten like as far as like stop start pushes go, like he had like a really like solid push for a while. Um, and then it stopped, and then he came back for a little while. He was like doing the promos with the Rose, and it was like teasing towards something, and then all that shit stopped. And now he's back. So hopefully, like maybe like third time charm, yeah, so to speak. Uh,
Hmm.
where he and Humberto can strike gold with this, and I think they're off to a good start so far. So hopefully good things are in their future. Maybe we'll see Ollie and Mansoor also um, also get some good things brought their way because I really like their pairing too and their whole dynamics. So, uh, but yeah. So moving on, we had a good promo here between Rhea Ripley and Nikki Cross. Sorry, I just misgimmicked somebody again. Nikki Ash. My apologies. Just misgimmicked
Yep,
somebody. Um, it it's an adjustment. You know, sue me.
it is.
Fucking. Um, they came out and essentially the whole base of their promo was to bring attention to Connor's cure. And Rhea was like visibly emotional here. Like I don't know if like the whole like pediatric cancer thing or if like cancer has had like an effect on her life, but she was like visibly emotional to the point where like she could barely get her lines out, and like Nikki was like pushing her through it and stuff. But the whole point was to bring attention to Connor's cure. Had everybody in the crowd do like the V for victory thing, which I think is cool. It's really good to bring attention to these things, especially is something that a lot of families in the world have to deal with, and a lot of children have to deal with. And so I really like Connor's cure. I love the foundation. Um,
Yeah,
and anytime this is on TV screen on our TV screens, I mean it's never a bad thing. We can never talk bad about this. Um, but yeah, like the main thing I saw was like Rhea was very emotional here. So I don't know um, if she's like had to deal with that shit personally and decided to you know like I don't know, like if they decided like, hey, like we're gonna bring attention to it, because she was damn near on the verge of tears, and I was just like, damn, like we don't ever see Rhea like that really. So, it's I don't know, it's nice to see. I guess what I'm trying to get at is like it's really nice to see like obviously these people are playing characters, but it's really nice to see like the more like the realistic like human like personal self aspect of it. And so it's really good to see. It even brought a tear to my eye. So um, obviously, like cancer's been a part of my life. Like I didn't have it personally, but my father's dealt with cancer, and my grandfather's dealt with cancer, and a lot of other family members. So I had a couple people die from cancer. So it's something that's touched my life personally. So I really love seeing this. And anytime, I know people give a lot of flack to WWE for a lot of the decisions they make on like their business end. But as far as like teaming up with these foundations, like with Make a Wish and Connor's Cure, et cetera, it's a good thing. So props to them. You know, keep doing what you're doing with that, and keep raising money and awareness for this cause.
I agree. That's one thing I give WWE a hand of applause for is they do a lot of good work with these foundations, fighting that are fighting cancer and such things like that. Um, it's real cool what they do for these kids and the women and just all the people from Make a Wish that they support and do great things for. It was really nice to see that, and it was really nice to see that raw emotion from superstars. Um, because like you said, they are playing characters, but underneath they are real people.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, very, very seldom do we get to see that actual raw emotion. Um, Obviously they're professionals and they're playing characters, but it's always great to see it, man. So yeah, the promo itself it led into a match, um, which I believe was a rematch. I don't know. I don't believe it was for the titles. Might have been. I could have overlooked that. I'm not sure if it was for the titles or not, but it was Rhea Nikki versus Natalia and Tamina. Oh, actually, no, it was for the titles because this is where they won the
It was.
titles. I'm sorry. My apologies. So they did. I'm fucking retarded. They won the titles here. So Rhea Nikki versus Natalia and Tamina. Um, I'm still not sure why Shotzi Blackheart and Tegan Knox haven't gotten their shot yet, but that's something we'll talk about a little bit more later. Um, as of now. The match itself was pretty quick. I thought that the ending was, I mean, it was a surprise roll up ending, which seems to be, you know, I don't want to say it killed the match for me, because I enjoyed seeing. I think it was time to get the titles off Natalya and Tamina, so I'm not like overly mad about it. But the thing I hate is that, and I know hate's a strong word, but WWE does the DQ, the interference spot, the surprise roll up, the countouts. They do all this so much that to the point like every time I see it, I'm like, oh, here we go again. You know what I mean? The match itself was okay. It was pretty quick. I think the finish was like Tamina went to the out, like it was Nikki and Natalia in the ring, and Natalia was going to lock on the sharpshooter, and Rhea's on the ropes. Tamina comes and runs like interference on the other side, fucking drags her off the ropes. Rhea ends up like countering her attack into like a riptide onto the apron. It distracts Natalia enough for Nikki to roll her up and get the win. Which, um, I'm not, like I said, I'm not overly like upset about it. Like I'm not fuming, but I just definitely think that we need to stop doing these surprise roll up finishes, because it diminishes the it does diminish the match in ways, and it does um, it almost makes having a finisher in the famous words of Matt Hardy, obsoleta. It's pointless. It's like it's pointless to have a finisher whenever all you had to do is roll somebody up, and everyone's like a fucking cockroach whenever you flip them over. Later, they just don't know what to do, and so I don't know. Uh, but yeah, as far I'm glad we got to see new tag team champions, women's tag team champions. So hopefully they have a good run. Um, and and yeah, and now I think Rhea's like one. I think if she wins the SmackDown Women's title, she'd be the Triple Crown or Grand Slam champ. Well, she'd be Grand Slam because she was NXT Women's Champion, so she'd be a Grand Slam champion. So obviously they have a lot of faith in Rhea, which they should, because she's incredible. She's only like 24, like she's younger than us.
Yes. Um, I I wasn't happy with the roll up. Like you said, I think WWE has done the surprise roll up to death now. Like it seems like there's not a week that goes by that at least one of WWE shows has a surprise roll up. Like, and I'm not just counting the I'm not counting the ones where the opponent kicks out. No, I mean matches that end in surprise roll ups. It's like you would think by now that the wrestlers have caught on to the most dangerous move in WWE and that they wouldn't lose as much to it. But every week it seems like somebody's losing to the surprise roll up. And
Right.
like
Yeah,
it's no longer a surprise anymore. Like you go into Raw
it's
or
ex-
SmackDown expecting somebody to lose
I,
from the surprise roll up.
I,
Like, come on,
it's like
man.
it's to the point like I'm laughing to myself because like we should just instead of the surprise roll up we should just call it the expected roll up or something like the,
Expected roll up.
the
Because it is.
expected roll up.
Like we see it at least once. Like if they could go 1 week without a show ending or having a match end in the expected roll up,
There's only
I
three things guaranteed in life: death, taxes, and surprise roll up finishes.
exactly. And it's getting old and getting old real fast.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
but I'm happy for Nikki Ash and Rhea Ripley. I agree with you. I think it's been time. It's been time for a long time now for them to take the straps off of Natalia and Tamina. Like I honestly I know Natalia made a big speech on her Instagram or whatever
hmm
about how she's happy they didn't take the championships off of her and Tamina when she was injured. But honestly, I wish they would have. Like because it would. it diminished the titles. Like they weren't on Raw and SmackDown for a while there, and Tamina was the only one there, and like it was diminishing to the titles because they kind of become an afterthought. So plus I feel like I know the reason they put the belt on Natalia and Tamina was because Tamina got that um, great crowd reaction at what was it, WrestleMania?
Yep.
Yeah, but the crowd hasn't been into her or Natalia for a while. Like they haven't, you know what I'm saying? They haven't been getting those over the top pops that they
Right.
were getting when they first started teaming up. Like people have lost interest in them. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I think it was. I really believe it was time to take the championships off of them. My other issue that I have with this, not the match itself, but the tag team title picture is like you said, they have built uh, Shotzi Blackheart and Tegan Knox up so well. I don't see how they weren't the ones that took the championships off of Natalia and Tamina. No offense to Nikki or Rhea, but I feel like Nikki and Rhea were thrown together, whereas Tegan and Shotzi have been a tag team since they were on NXT.
Right.
Like that was the direction you should have went in. I don't see how the thrown together tag team gets the title shot in the championships before the established tag team does. It doesn't make sense to me. But I am happy to see that we have new champions, and I am happy for Rhea and Nikki. They're both very talented. I hope they do a lot with the championships uh, to bring it uh, to bring some glory back to them. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Um,
Yeah. It's just it's to a point like they haven't had a whole lot of established tag teams, and and Shotzi and Tegan were very much established. They've tagged before down at NXT, and um, it, it it only makes sense why they're a tag team. But it would also only make sense for them to get the first title shot, considering they had 3 wins over them, and Tegan picked
yep,
up a singles victory over Tamina.
yep,
So and like I guess spoiler alert, like later on, like on SmackDown, is something that they touched on in a promo. But
yep.
it was it just it makes no sense to why they wouldn't do it unless maybe they thought that Rhea and Nikki versus Shotzi and Tegan would be a better feud. I don't know. Um, I'm not in. I mean, if I was a part of WWE, I wouldn't be making this podcast. So I don't know. But uh, but it's it baffles me. I guess is the right way to put it. I'm not exactly sure why they decided to go that direction. But hopefully we get some more like established women's tag teams. And I wish they wouldn't have done the. I think I think the tag titles in the women's division were diminished greatly whenever Shayna and Nia went to go defend them down at NXT against Dakota and Raquel.
Yep.
And then, I mean, don't get it. We got a great women's tag team Dusty Cup, right? So uh, I thought that was great, but in hindsight, I think having having more established tag teams down on that brand, because imagine what it would do for the careers of people like, especially now, like imagine what it would have done for Dakota and Raquel. Imagine what it would do for people like Casey Catanzaro and Caden Carter, or Gigi Dolan and JC Jane that are now like an established tag team, or Ava Shotzi and Ember Moon were a tag team for a while Tegan was out, right? There was
Yep.
there. I think there was so much opportunity for that to be a really good title, and they kind of shot it in the foot. So it's definitely lost a bit of the prestige. It's not like a prestigious thing, but I think having it in the hands of someone like Rhea Ripley, who is a former Raw Women's Champion, former NXT champion, and same with Nikki, who is I think she's now a three-time Women's Tag Team Champion and former Raw Women's Champion. I think they could definitely add some more to it, and definitely build up some teams in that division. So I guess we'll see where it goes. But but yeah, having new champions here, in my opinion, is really good. But
I agree.
we definitely need some more established tag teams, because
Yes.
I guess for whatever reason, like Vince like we always talk about how he gets a stiffy for things. Like every time someone like talks about like tag team wrestling, I feel like his dick recedes inside of him. Like he just he it,
Oh.
it, he just does not like tag team wrestling at all. So
He doesn't,
uh,
and it's a shame.
it's a shame because I mean, they got some fucking great tag teams on that roster now. I mean, they got some good tag teams, but it was just and Vince goes limp dick for fucking for tag team wrestling. So, anywho, moving on, we had next. It was Alexa's Playground, and
Yep.
so her guest on this evening was going to be Charlotte Flair. I thought the segment was pretty good. The promo work back and forth was really great. There was a chant for "We want Charlie" because fucking Charlotte was talking about how she didn't bring the fucking doll, and then Alexa like had it behind the slide or whatever. It's just like, don't worry, I brought it for you. They were like chanting "We want Charlie," and there was like a pop or whenever she brought it out. And I thought it was funny. Um, Alexa brought back the line. There's just like even a narcissistic, self-absorbed bitch like you deserves a friend. Um, but yeah, I thought that like the promo work itself, like I think that was like the standout part of it for me, because Alexa kind of like she's been known for like ever since she's gotten this gimmick has been playing a lot of mind games with people, and here she didn't really do that. Like she was very real, and I think she spoke from the perspective of a lot of what fans think about Charlotte, and
Yep.
and I don't dislike like whenever like let me preface this by saying like I don't dislike Charlotte. I don't think she's a bad person. I don't think she's a narcissistic, self-absorbed bitch at all, right? I think yeah I can't really say that because the only way I know her is the fact that she plays a character on television, right? Like I don't know her personally, but I think a lot of people like whenever they see her on TV and holding these world titles and stuff, it's very taxing on people's emotions because they see so many other superstars that they feel are like not getting the opportunities they deserve because Charlotte is consistently in the spot like every 3 months or so. Like she may go away from it for a little bit. Like she had a run with like the tag titles, but she was right back in the world title scene. She was whenever she was gone for 6 months. Like there was other people like getting some opportunities. Like Asuka was running around, which apparently I found out why she's not been on TV. She's like injured or something. Apparently she had like a broken arm or something like that. So
Ooh.
because I saw like she posted like a picture on Instagram or something, and her arm was in a sling. So she had like some sort of arm injury. Maybe it was broken or like she had like a surgery or something like that. So I guess that's why she hasn't been on TV, but she's probably gonna be back soon, which will be great because whenever Asuka comes back, she's someone who can put on some fucking damn good matches. So
Oh yeah.
that'll be a
Love me some
huge
Oscar.
that'll be a huge boost to the scene wherever whatever brand she goes to. But I digress. So yeah, I think Alexa was just very real here. Like she didn't really play a whole lot of mind games. She was still very much within character, like doing her thing, but she was more real than that it was, like she was just playing the fuck around. Um, and I thought that was like a really cool dynamic to see. Uh, and and they were sparring back and forth. There was a line here where she was like, it was like, what would you be without the championship? And people were like, like chanting "woo" from the from the crowd, and she was like kind of like pointing like, well, like I mean that's what it would be, and she was like, well, that's not even originally yours, and then Charlotte fired back and was like, oh, let's not talk about originality, like obviously because you know, and yeah, that was, and I was like, okay, yeah, that's a good line. It's like so like I give credit where credit's due, right? Like Charlotte's great in the ring, she's a great promo, and this is this goes to show it. Obviously, back and forth they had great promo work, um, but I think we definitely like as fans want to see more people get the opportunities to be in that spot, especially because they have so much talent through the women's division. Um, but it feels like obviously Charlotte's the queen, she's on top, and she's the greatest. But you know, let's have her. Let's have some more people in that spot for a while, especially like it feels like whenever people do get the opportunity to face her, they get fed to her more often than not. And the titles tend to bounce around between like the big four, like of Becky and Sasha, Bailey, and Charlotte. Alexa's a multi-time champion, and Asuka. Bianca's moving up there now. Rhea. So like they have people like that are like moving up into that spot, but we still have people like Liv Morgan, like Zelina Vega. Um, Obviously, like Nikki got her chance at a run, which I mean she kind of got fed to Charlotte, but
Dude,
there's Shayna
yeah,
like Shayna Baszler, um, Tegan Knox, Shotzi Blackheart, Tony Storm. Like we got all these other talents that we
Morgan.
want to see. Liv Morgan, yeah, we want to all these people that we want to see get opportunities. So I really like that Alexa kind of like took that stance in her promo. From at least from my perspective, that seemed like what she was doing because I know a lot of fans feel that way. But a brawl ensued between them. Charlotte got the upper hand here, and essentially she just fucking ripped the shit out of the Charlie doll. Like she just ripped that thing to shreds. Um,
Mhm.
that was essentially like the end of the segment there. But I thought the segment was really good, and it definitely added a lot of intrigue going into their match because um, I feel like going into Extreme Rules, this was the match that was probably the biggest toss up, where it wasn't so easily predictable. It could have gone either way. And I think this promo and the brawl, like everything that was encompassed in the segment, really did a good job of showcasing that.
Yeah, I agree. I love the back and forth between the two, the hard hitting knocks on each other. I think they both have great promo work. Um, my only issue with Charlotte has the only issue I have ever had with Charlotte is because she seems to get pushed over other talent, even though other talent sometimes are more deserving. Not saying that Charlotte's not good on the mic, not saying that Charlotte's not good in the ring, not saying that Charlotte's not a good champion. It's just it seems a lot of people seem to get overlooked because Charlotte is who Charlotte is. And I know she says that she earned everything she's got, and some of that's true, but I think she's also got to think they give a lot of stuff to her because of her last name. Um, um, and that's just how it is. It's not necessarily her fault that Ric Flair is her father. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she goes out there and busts her ass just like the rest of them, but you can't pretend you don't know that you're what she's an 11 or 12, 13 time champion now. She has to know that she's had that championship that many times because she's a Flair. Like, I'm sorry, you have to know this. You can't deny this.
Right.
Like, you might deny it and say it because you're such a hard worker, and that she is. But so are so many other of the women on the roster. Why aren't they getting the same opportunities?
Right.
Like Charlotte, you're a damn good wrestler. I would pay to see you any day over Eva Marie. But like Liv Morgan is on fire, has been on fire for a while now. People
Right.
won't Liv Morgan. Why isn't Liv Morgan getting that opportunity? Why does Charlotte have to be the champion? Like
Right.
Charlotte said in the promo a while back, she is the opportunity. So why does she need the championship? Why not give the championship rub to somebody else? Let somebody else prove that they can be a top talent, and now you have another top talent woman on your roster. Like
Yeah. I
that's my only gripe. But I enjoyed the segment. I think, like I said, they both have excellent promo skills. Um, it was cool to see her tear up the Charlie doll. Um,
yeah.
and she tore the shit out of that thing, man. She ripped that thing to shreds, and it was just wonderful. Just a wonderful segment. A good way to continue the show. A good way to keep the audience attention. It, I really enjoyed it for what it was. Um, yeah, man. I really liked it.
Indeed. Yeah. I mean, obviously, we're not going to talk about Extreme Rules now, but we it definitely added a lot of intrigue into the match, and like I said, it was definitely like a toss up. Um, it was a toss up match, and I think the back and forth that we got between them really showcased that, and it was I guess for lack of a better word, just refreshing to see like that was the case, right? So
Yeah.
definitely wasn't mad about it. It made me interested in the match. Um, so yeah, yeah, definitely looked forward to seeing that. And for all it's worth, it was a good match. I will say that. I don't want to spoil it. It was a good match. Um, Next up, we had a bit of a downer. It was the 24/7 title segment.
Oh boy.
Wow! We had a 24/7 title segment.
I
All
know,
right.
right?
All right. We've been on record of talking about how be this title should be retired. Should be done over with. Not a whole lot of people really want to see it. Uh, I mean, don't get me. There's some things that throughout the whole saga of the 24/7 title have been very entertaining. There was a point where R-Truth was carrying Monday Night Raw to believe if you want to believe that. Him, people were tuning in to see what shenanigans R-Truth was going to be getting into, right? Uh, the problem now is that it's definitely run its course, and it's definitely how do I put this? It's 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 long overdue for them to do something else with this talent. Like I feel like something if they're not going to retire the title, something needs to happen to where this title seems like a big deal. But nobody could convince me otherwise that this shit is just a fucking joke championship. It's a joke strap.
It is.
It's a it's a joke strap. Yeah, I don't know, man. It I could talk all day about how I think the 24/7 title is a joke, but let's just get right into the segment. So it was it was Drew Gulak, Akira Tozawa, R-Truth, and Drake Maverick. And Drake Maverick's sitting back here like a fucking coach at halftime with a fucking dry erase marker on a on a fucking board, devising this plan on how they're gonna catch Reggie. And it was kind of funny because their whole big elaborate scheme to get the title off of him was to fucking catch him in a net like he's some sort of fish or a deer or a Pokemon. Like he's, he's like what in the blue fuck? What the fuck? Okay, it's like that. Like whenever I say Pokemon, now that I think about it, it literally gives me vibes from fucking Jesse and James from the Pokemon anime. Like you had fucking Drake Maverick playing Jesse, or no, more like James. I don't know who's playing Jesse here, but R-Truth is just Meowth for sure. And fucking and they're just trying to catch Pikachu. They're trying to get Ash Ketchum's Pikachu. So I mean, it was kind of funny, but it was still dumb. They failed to catch him. It ended up where Gulak was in the net, and it literally just looked like he was wearing just like some half-made ghillie suit, and he was like, "I can't get out of it," blah blah blah, and then Drake Maverick looked pissed, and then that was the end of the segment. And Reggie did some flips and ran off, and I'm like, just like bro, like oh my god, bro, like like this like like whenever I think about like I'm having an existential crisis. Like this is like 5 minutes of my life I will never get back. I'm never gonna get the time back. It's not gonna happen. I'm never gonna get that fucking time back. It's so bad, dude. It's so
That's it
bad.
forever etched in your brain.
It's forever. Like you know how they say your life flashes before your eyes when you die. Like I feel like fucking half of that's gonna be filled up with 24/7 title segments.
It's true. It's true. Damn true.
It's oh, it's true. It's damn true. Yeah, it's time to retire this. For what it's worth, I guess the segment wasn't bad, but run its course for so long now. So it's definitely time to retire this thing. I don't know what else to say
Definitely.
about it.
And I can't honestly. I'm right there with you. It's old. Our truth was entertaining with it, but that ran its course, and now it's a joke, like, and not in a good way.
Yeah.
Like even when Mick Foley's like,
Yeah.
mm. When your legends are like, maybe you should stop. That's telling you something.
It's like
Like
maybe this is just not a good idea. And
exactly.
who knows? Literally, like with the Pokemon reference, for all we know, next week they're gonna come out with fucking Poke. Or I say next week. We're filming this on a Monday, but like who knows? They're gonna come out on the next episode with Pokeballs and try to catch Reggie in a Pokeball. better
That might.
better hope you have a Master Ball because that motherfucker's elusive like Mewtwo. Fucking like that shit ain't happening. I'm sorry. You better have a Master Ball. You gonna keep the
You're
title.
right.
Um, but yeah, man, I don't know. Uh, I don't know what else to say about this. I just, yeah, it was just, yeah. Um, I'm gonna move on. We we had
So,
we had a pretty damn good match following this, though. I can't deny. Um, it was Jeff Hardy versus Sheamus. Now, um, I think I think they definitely realized they kind of fucked up having Jeff Hardy out there running around for the 24/7 title. Speaking of, right? Because
yeah,
immediately the next week they put him into uh, the the U.S. title picture, and I believe it was this match. If Hardy won, he would be added to the United States title match,
yeah,
which I enjoy because I think this is the perfect spot for Jeff Hardy. If he's not going to be going after world titles, they're probably not going to give him that opportunity, even though he probably should get one more run. I would love to see it. Love to see him get one more run with the world title, whether it be WWE or Universal. Um, I'd love to see it. It's probably not going to happen though. Let's be realistic. Being in that mid card title spot for the Intercontinental and U.S. Championships is good. He can definitely do a lot with a lot of the new guys that are coming up. People like Damian Priest, he can put over. Um, and I think it's a good idea to have him here. He can still put on good matches. I mean, he's a bit older. He botches a little bit. He had a couple botches in the triple threat at, well, I guess it's a spoiler in the triple threat at Extreme Rules, but Hardy ended up winning here. Um, he got added to the match, but the match itself was really damn good, man. Hardy and Sheamus have really good chemistry. Um, it was a surprise roll up finish, but um, I really I can overlook that because I'm really happy just to see that Jeff Hardy was in a spot that he that he deserves. Like he's someone that can still put on really good matches. Um, he's loved by the. He's absolutely adored by. He's probably one of the few people in wrestling that is like genuinely adored by like every demographic. Like I can't. I don't think I've ever met somebody who genuinely dislikes Jeff Hardy. They may not like some of the decisions he's made in life, but he's like almost universally adored. Um, Hearing people chant like "No more words" as he's fucking going down to the ring again, like it's cool, man. Um, and so yeah, Hardy got the victory here. I thought the match was pretty damn good. It was a surprise roll up, but I can overlook that this time for the fact that maybe I'm biased with Jeff Hardy, um,
Yeah.
but this was good. And then Priest and Sheamus kind of had a bit of a brawl afterwards, and that was like the whole segment. But this was so good. It was so good. I'm happy to see Jeff Hardy not chasing the 24/7 title. Um, he's in a spot where he could put some of the newer talent over, and I really enjoyed this.
I agree, man. I thought the matchup was really good. It's nice to see that they realized that they fucked up and they put Jeff Hardy back in the U.S. title picture and not chasing that joke of a championship, the 24/7 belt. Um, it was a decent matchup. Um, I really enjoyed watching it, and I enjoyed the brawl afterwards between Priest and Sheamus.
Yes.
Um, it was a really good segment overall, man. Like it continued to keep the audience's entrance or in entrance interest, not entrance. Um, I really enjoyed it, man. I can't complain about it. Um, it was a really good match, and it was a really good match to lead into the main event.
Yes. Yes. So, and our main event, which was confirmed earlier in the night, it was Roman Reigns versus Bobby Lashley versus Big E. And man, was was this a fucking banger or what, man? It was hard hitting, brutal. Um, I always like to include whenever we get a "This is awesome" chant in there because in the notes because I mean it was awesome, and that is like the telltale sign of whenever uh, the crowd is really into it. Like people can make noise all day or whatever, but the second that "This is awesome" chant comes over, it's 100% validation. Like so this it was awesome. It was a great match. Back and forth, hard hitting, fucking just everybody was getting their moves in, and I probably expectedly right, like I kind of expected the winner to be the winner. Roman ended up getting the W here. He hit the spear on Lashley, got the W, but it wasn't without a fucking hard fight. Like there was spears all over the place. I think Big E hit a big ending on Roman at a point. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Big E was about to win the match. Like he was about to fucking pin Roman, and then Lashley broke it up with a steel chair over the back, and then that's what led into like the spear finish from Roman. But yeah, that just like I could talk about it all day. This is probably a match like, especially for it to happen on a Monday Night Raw in the main event. Um, I, this is a match like if you're a wrestling fan, I think you should go see because this is just. I think as Big E put it one, it's just big meaty men slapping meat.
Yeah, it it honestly was a really good match for Monday Night Raw,
Hmm.
especially over the last year and a half. Like, and for them to get it right 2 weeks in a row at this point was shocking, and it was a really good match. Uh, I enjoyed how they they made all of them look good in the end. Like
Yes.
Bobby Lashley still looked like the monster heel that he is. Uh, Big E still as the new WWE champion looks strong. Uh, like he had a what's the word I'm looking for? He had a strong showing in the match, um, and he looked good even in defeat. And of course, Roman looked unstoppable as usual. Like you can't beat him. They made all three men shine, and they gave the fans one hell of a match.
Yep.
And I can't complain about it, man. It was really good.
Yeah. You know, we'll talk later on in the week about Roman being unbeatable, but fucking, but yeah, in this instance, this it was good, and I really want to see, like, especially with the fact that like people get so close, but Roman just keeps getting saved, right? Like he keeps getting saved by things, like whether it be people in the bloodline or a steel chair or um, you know, random outside factors. He continues to get W's, and it's good to see him built up as this. It almost seems like he's unbeatable. But Big E was right there, and so I think I think that does a lot for Big E because um, obviously he's someone that we know that could be in this spot for a long time and um, and actually like do really good things with a world title. Um, but I think complete validation is to have him like right there with Roman, like he was like half a second away from pinning the tribal chief. Like he could have done it. So um, I think that goes to show like the level of faith they have in Big E, and I love to see it because it's been a long time coming for the man. So can't be mad about that at all.
I agree. Like I said, it really made all three men look really good, even if, even though two of them lost. Like, I'm happy that Big E didn't take the loss here, because it would kind of suck that he just became champion and
Yeah.
now he's losing in the main event. Um, I really enjoyed how they kept him safe in this matchup. And I love how they keep pushing Roman. Roman is arguably one of the hottest things in wrestling right now. Him and his tribal chief gimmick. Um,
Yeah, I'll say this. I feel like as far as character work right now, Roman is the best in the business.
yes,
As far as like pure wrestling matches, I think it's probably I'd probably give the nod to Kenny Omega, but Roman's still up there. Like he definitely I think he understands more like the psychology of matches now in his career more than he's ever had. Um, I'd probably give the nod to Kenny Omega in that regard, but Roman is still definitely up there. He's definitely top three. Um, I think Daniel Bryan is someone that you could put too in that top three also. But as far as character work, I don't think like someone like Kenny Omega can touch Roman and character work, and not to diminish Kenny in any way, um, but I think Roman's character work is on another level, and I like Kenny Omega's character, but it's not on the level of Roman right now. Roman has struck gold, diamonds with this tribal chief gimmick, head of the table. Like it's great, and um, I do think we're approaching the time to take the title off of him,
yes,
but I think they've shown like with the right like with Bobby Lashley like Bobby taking a loss, it seems like just pisses him off and makes him more dangerous, right? You could do like I think Roman with his character, if he takes an L and loses that championship, he's gonna go fucking unhinged, and I would love to see that. And
Yes.
I think, him running fucking wild on everybody would be a really good thing to see. So like I said, I really like his character work. Like him, he's definitely the best in the business as of right now as far as character work. Which, especially in WWE, you gotta have compelling character work. Otherwise, you're not really gonna succeed well. So, um, so yeah, this is good. As far as like a total of Raw, I gave it an 8 out of 10. Um, thought it was good. There were some down moments, obviously. Not everything was perfect. There were still some moments where it was like, okay, this is Monday Night Raw. But the last couple weeks, Raw has just kind of been on an upward trend for me after weeks of disappointment and I mean, I don't want to say it was all disappointing. There's still some good spots, but um, there a lot of what happens on Monday Night Raw usually isn't what catches my eye or is like what I want to see. But this week, there was a lot that that stood out to me and was really good. Obviously, the Big E, Roman, and Lashley stuff is really good. Seeing Angel and Humberto um, back on TV was really good. We got new women's tag team champions on the show. So there was a lot of good things to take away from this. I really enjoyed it. Um, would I probably go back and watch it again? No, but I thought I thought it, for what it's worth, it did exactly what it was supposed to. And for like the go home show for Raw to lead into Extreme Rules, I thought it was just fine. It was good. There's definitely something a lot that they could build on from here, and I think they'll probably be doing that. I haven't seen Raw yet. Obviously, like we're filming this on a Monday, and it's like pretty late, but I haven't seen Raw yet. But I imagine they've done some pretty good things to follow up with it. So we'll see where it goes, man.
100% agree. I give it. I gave Raw 7.5 out of 10. That surprise roll up really made me mad.
Right.
Uh, but overall, the show was good. It's one of the best ones they've had in almost a year and a half. It was really shocking how good it was. A lot of good stuff happened. New women's championship or women tag team champions. Hell of a main event. Some good promo work from Bliss and Flair. Just an overall good show. I hope that Raw keeps this trajectory and just keeps improving. Um, because that's what the people want, man. That's how you keep us invested in your show. Because I'll be honest, for a while there, I was considering not watching Raw anymore. The only reason I'm still watching or was still watching was because of the podcast.
Yeah.
I honestly considered giving up on Monday Night Raw, and I was grateful for I was I was really grateful for this Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, definitely. It's really good. Hopefully, obviously with the draft coming up, maybe they'll balance the scales a little bit, and we'll get some more balanced rosters. Because I will say, like you know, you know, SmackDown is pretty like overloaded. Like
Yeah,
like like God damn, are they fucking like are they overloaded over there? They are. It's a fully loaded baked potato over there, man. Like it is. It's fucking.
it is.
It's wild over there. So hopefully we'll get some more balanced rosters and see kind of like where the directions of the show go, where both shows go. But yeah, man. Solid show. 8 out of 10 for me. And we're gonna move on to the next one, which was NXT, which fucking I mean I can't remember the last time there's been a genuinely bad NXT show. I know a lot of people give them flack for losing the Wednesday Night War or whatever, but I mean, it doesn't mean that NXT was ever bad. So, um, yes, NXT. And the way it opened, I really enjoyed. So, um, NXT opens. There's a bunch of people in the ring. So we had let's see, I have all their names down here. We had Brooks Jensen, Josh Briggs, Trick Williams, Carmelo Hayes, Odyssey Jones, Braun Breaker, and Joe Gacy. Which is like a lot of the new faces that they brought into NXT over the past couple months, and especially with like the rebrand, right? And Tommaso Ciampa's music hits. He comes down to the ring. Obviously, it's his first entrance out as the new NXT champion. And he cut a promo where he put over, like he really just put over the new guys. Like that was the whole point. Um, and so I really like that because I think Ciampa's, as far as like if you want to say someone who's like a selfless person in the business, I think Ciampa's right up there. Like on a level of like a Daniel Bryan as far as selfless. Like he I think he realizes the position that he's in with his championship. He's doing what essentially what Samoa Joe probably would have done as champion. Unfortunately, he's hurt, and I wish him the best recovery. But I think Tommaso's the perfect fit to put into that role. And like I said, he put over the new guys here. It was a great promo. Chant NXT chants in the background. Um, and Ciampa said now that he has the title, NXT is back to being the A show, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Ciampa, I love NXT, but SmackDown's the A show. It is.
Yeah.
It just is. Not to say that, not to say that NXT is an A quality show, but SmackDown SmackDown's the A show right now. NXT is a close second, and then Raw is trying to build themselves back up. So, with all due respect. Um, then we had an interruption from Cameron Grimes. So he came down and essentially was talking about how he wanted the championship, and then kind of Joe Gacy got in and interrupted him there, and it was kind of like a whole mess, really. Like it devolved from all these people like being in the ring, like with Ciampa putting over the new guys. It did like as far as like each person came out, like we had like God, let me look through the notes here. Fucking Cameron Grimes came out. Joe Gacy like interrupted him. He spoke about he spoke about a couple things. It seemed like it was setting up for them to have a match later. Then LA Knight came out and he was like kind of intercepted by Odyssey Jones. And then Pete Dunne came out. He interrupted, and this whole brawl ensues. It was commotion. It's just commotion everywhere. Like everybody was fucking beating the shit out of each other. There was just fights everywhere, and it just devolved into madness. But I really enjoyed it because it was refreshing in a sense because we have so many new faces now, and we don't know like like it's a fun way to like not know like where they're at and at this point. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I just thought the whole segment was really good. The way it started off, Champ is putting over the new guys, and then some of the established guys are coming out trying to get their opportunity, and then it just completely devolved into madness. So I really enjoyed it. And I think it ended with, I believe it was Champa and Braun Breaker standing tall with in the ring with Pete Dunne and Ridge Holland on the outside, which set up the main event for the night.
Yeah, man. I think I was I was worried about the direction NXT would go with the changes coming, but so far I enjoyed it, and this was another enjoyable segment. Um, it was another good way to get introduced to some of the new guys that they've brought in. Uh, it was really cool to see Champa as champion again and carrying that NXT flag. Uh, I think it was a really good segment and a really good way to open the show.
Definitely, definitely. Um, and it seemed like like how I said, it kind of like devolved into madness. That seems to be like the theme of NXT over like the last couple months, especially like ever since like Samoa Joe came back in. It was like a lot of like, and that whole angle is just like NXT has been like a crazy environment to be in. And now with the rebrand, it seems to be even more so because now there's these new hungry faces that are in there that are just throwing wrenches into the mix. So it's definitely a much crazier environment now than it's ever been. Um, that is like the NXT area and the parking lot and everything has gotten so much more dangerous. Um, but it went from that segment into what was there was a bunch of commotion backstage, and it was Kaylee Ray and Elektra Lopez, uh, and they were facing off against B-Fab, and I believe it was Amari Miller is her name. I'm not too familiar with her. She's had a couple of matches on NXT, and I believe she had a couple matches on 205 Live also. Um, but they were kind of facing off with each other, and it just kind of set up uh, like they're obviously Legato and Hit Row have been at each other's throats over the last like month or two now. So obviously BFAB and Lopez were gonna be like they're gonna have some hostility towards each other. Um, but Amari Miller's an up and comer. Kaylee Ray's established. I think them coming in just kind of like with Kaylee Ray trying to make a name for herself in NXT, being a heel, fighting on the sides of the heels, and Amari Miller being the new face, like to the company, really trying to make a name for herself, siding with BFAB. Just kind of like trying to mitigate the chaos here. I thought it was a good segment. It is set up for some things that were going to happen later on in the night.
Oh yeah, man. I thought it was a really nice segment, man. I'm really enjoying what they're doing with Kaylee Ray. I think they're doing an excellent job of introducing her to a broader audience than she received when she was in NXT UK. I mean, of course, those of us who watch NXT UK, we know who she is. Whereas a lot of people who just watch NXT might not know who she is. So I think they're doing a great job of introducing her to a new audience and still making her look dominant and building her as one of the next women to help carry the NXT brand.
Indeed, indeed. And so I look forward to seeing the direction that they go. Um, and hopefully, I mean, I say hopefully, but I'm pretty sure NXT is going to deliver again this week. So, uh, no complaints here.
No,
Really good segment. And then it led into a very good match between Roderick Strong and Kushida for the Cruiserweight Championship. Um, man, this was a really good match. Super technical. These two are probably like some of the best technicians in the business, easily top five. Um, in my book, at least. I mean, you could probably debate it. Probably should say debatably for other people, but Roderick Strong and Kushida, they had really good chemistry. Um, Super technical, um, but eventually, uh, obviously the numbers game with Diamond Mine and everything was going to get to Kushida. It's a very good match, and the main result of this is that we had a new champion. Uh, Roderick Strong is now your cruiserweight champion, and I feel like this was coming for a while. Obviously, Kushida was out. I believe he was out with COVID actually, so glad to see him back healthy. Um, and but I believe this was kind of in the cards for a while. Roddy is someone who I believe is incredibly underrated. Uh, Great dude, great talent, um, and I would like to see where he goes with this cruiserweight championship run. But I think um, we might see soon where that goes because after he was celebrating and there was a promo being cut. Grayson Waller interrupted and essentially dropped a challenge, and I believe we're gonna get that match um, this week. I might have to look it up for just in a second, and see here if we are getting that. but he dropped a challenge, and of course, you know, Roddy's gonna accept that, and we're gonna get Grayson Waller versus Roderick Strong, and I'm cool with that. Grayson Waller's a new face, not not a bad wrestler at all. I've seen a bit of his work, so I'm interested to see where they go with this. So um, I think Roddy's going to be a great cruiserweight champion. Um, and yeah, nothing more to it than just trying to show some excitement to see where it goes.
Uh, I really enjoyed the matchup. I think that Kushida had a decent run. I thought it was about time to change champions, and I think that Roddy Strong was the perfect person to take the strap off of him. I think Roddy Strong has deserved a big championship push for a while now. I think he's uber talented, and one day I think he could be the NXT champion. I think that this is just the first step towards that. I,
Indeed.
I think he'll I think he'll bring a lot more shine to the cruiserweight championship, and he will overall lift the cruiserweight division.
Indeed. I'm interested to see all the challenges that come forth here. I know they usually kind of give talent some test runs with other titles to see how they fare as a champion, how they hold themselves. And I think that's something they're definitely doing with someone like Damian Priest right now, who is, in my opinion, like very easily a future world champion, whether it be Universal or WWE. He's definitely a world champion in the near future, sooner rather than later. Um, so I think this is something that they could do to just to test the waters with Roddy. Obviously, he was a North American champion, but he was in the Undisputed Era then. That was kind of dominated by Adam Cole. He was kind of like the leader of the group. He was. I don't want to say he was playing second fiddle, but Adam Cole was definitely the star of that group. I think now that
Yep.
Roddy's like within his own thing, he has essentially his own faction. It's testing the waters to see how he could be as a champion, and I, I I I definitely believe within 6 months we'll see um, with 6 months to a year, we're gonna see Roddy in that main event NXT title scene. So be on the lookout for that. I definitely want to see what he does with this title. I think he's gonna kill it. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't. He's a great worker. Um, so yeah, very good. Not bad about this at all. I'm interested to see where Kushida goes from here. Maybe he like enters the North American title scene because I mean, given that he was out for a while, but it was the COVID, he was a good champion. He took on all comers, um, and so I think it was a good test run for him as a champion too. So, like,
Mhm.
eventually Swerve is gonna have to drop that title. He'll enter the NXT title scene, um, and maybe Kushida could be the one to do that. But we'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes. Uh, Moving on, we had a promo from another new face that's coming, and they're really trying to make this guy seem like a big deal. Tony D'Angelo. Um, and
Yeah.
and the whole promo was essentially just him teasing his debut. But the main thing I pulled from it, man, is like, God damn it, does this man just give me some fucking Soprano vibes, man? He just gives me the Soprano vibes. It makes me want to go watch the show. Like, like, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way in any way. Like, I really like his gimmick, the way it comes off. Like
Yeah.
he gives me the fucking Tony Soprano vibes, man, and I love it, man. I can't wait to see what he does in the ring. I can't wait to see his promo work whenever he gets into the ring. I think he's gonna be a really good talker. I think he's gonna be. I think he's a really young guy. I think he's gonna be somebody that whenever he does debut, you're gonna realize that this dude's got some skills on the mic. And I think he's gonna have the in-ring skills to back it up too. I'm really excited to see where he goes and for his debut. Um, and so yeah, man, I can't wait to see this guy debut, man. I'm really excited to see it.
I'm right there with you, man. I think you hit the nail on the head. Uh, he gives he does he gives you that Tony Soprano vibe, and just like he's menacing, and he can really fuck you up if he wants to. Um, I'm interested. I really can't wait to see what he does on the mic, and I really can't wait to see what he does in the ring. I think that I think he's a future star as is, but we'll have to wait and see what he does in that ring and on that mic.
Right.
But if he can pull this off, I think there's no doubt that he's probably a future champion in NXT and on the main roster.
Definitely, man. It's like the dude. I mean, the vignettes have been good. They're short but good. So, um, if that translates into the ring at all, we might have a star in our hands, man. We'll see. We'll see. Um, so, moving on, we had another promo. It was Brooks Jensen and Josh Briggs. They cut a promo. It was essentially establishing themselves as a tag team. They had like a cool little story about how it's like they were having like a couple drinks in the bar, and that's where they gained their respect for themselves. I think they mentioned that they may have like got in each other's face. There was a little bit of a brawl there, and but they gained each other's respect, and that's what brought them together. And so that's cool. I mean, yeah, it's cool. It's a cool way to establish themselves as a tag team. But that was essentially the whole point of the promo, was trying to establish themselves as a tag team, and trying to build some momentum. Obviously, they had their debut spot last week. They came in, did the promo. Thought it was serviceable. Thought it was really good. Um, and I'm looking forward to see them and the tag division start to like rack up some wins. Um, so so yeah. Hopefully soon here. We'll see them kind of build up a lot of momentum, and interested to see where they go. We got a lot of new faces, so I mean that's you're gonna hear me say that a lot with a lot of these guys. A lot of these men and women here. There's a lot of new faces, and I'm very interested to see where where they take this momentum.
I 100% agree with you.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Um, yeah, it's good. I interested to see it. And maybe within like same thing with like we were talking about with Roddy. Maybe in like 6 months to a year, we can see them holding up the tag team title straps. So um, I know we got another Dusty Classic coming up next year. I'm pretty sure. I imagine. I don't see why they wouldn't bring that back. So. I imagine them
Yeah.
being, unless there's something within the storyline that breaks them up, they could be a tag team that makes some fucking huge noise in that division. So, um, yeah, interested to see it. Moving on, we had Kaylee Ray versus Amari Miller. Um, Match was pretty good. It was quick. Um, but pretty much the main thing that the match did was just like establishing Kaylee Ray as a dominant uh, superstar in the women's division. Um, Very quick. Amari got in a little bit of offense, but it obviously wasn't enough. Kaylee Ray is on the top of her game. You know, she spent over 600 days as NXT UK Women's Champion. Fucking, she knows what she's doing. She's out there with somebody who's trying to make her way into the business. Obviously, I think it makes sense for this match to be over quick. So, but yeah, it was good. And it just keeps it keeps the momentum on Kaylee Ray, because since she's came over from the UK, um, she has essentially just been building a bunch of momentum with a, with some really good wins over the last couple of weeks. So I think this just added to it, and eventually Amari Miller will get her time. I think she'll be a pretty good talent.
I agree. I like I said earlier, I really enjoy the push and how they're pushing Kaylee Ray. Like they're they're showing her dominance, and they're not just immediately throwing her into the women's title picture. Um, they're letting her show her skill set off, to, like I said, an audience that might not quite know who she is. Um, for us that do know who she is, we're enjoying what we're seeing. Um, it makes it enjoyable from both sides. You get to see Kaylee Ray do what she does best and dominate, and you get introduced to this new amazing superstar.
Yeah, exactly. So, interesting to see where it goes moving forward, and you know, hopefully soon Kaylee Ray will get that title shot. We'll see how it goes though.
We'll see.
We shall see. Next up, we had a promo, but from Braun Breaker, which, if people don't know, it's Rick Steiner's son. So,
Yep.
so if you didn't know, now you know. Uh, and that's a hit row reference. Haha, got him.
See.
But essentially, uh, the whole point of this is like Braun was hyped up. He's in NXT. He got a pretty good win last week over LA Knight. Uh, Tommaso Ciampa interrupted, put him over a little bit. But the main thing I took from this promo was that Braun cannot take his eyes off that title. He's got a lot of I think it shows he's got a lot of respect for Ciampa, but he cannot take his fucking eyes off of that title at all. And I think out of all the new faces that um, that have come through NXT, Braun Breaker's probably like at the forefront of talent that's gonna be getting a main event push. Um, and I think pairing him alongside someone like Tommaso Ciampa is just adding more to that. Obviously, he's got the wrestling legacy. He's a Steiner, um, and he I think he's definitely within a couple months here. He's gonna get a title shot. He might even win it. He might even win the damn thing. And I know a lot of people are kind of clamoring to see that. I'm not ready to see it just yet. I want to see this built up. But he's good in the ring. He's a good promo so far. Like I don't have any complaints about the work that he's done in the short time that he's been there. Um, so I'm very very interested in seeing where Braun Breaker goes moving forward because I think he could be someone who takes NXT into that next era.
Um, I can. I personally, I like Braun Breaker. Um, I knew that he, I knew that he was the son of Rick Steiner. I knew that he had been talking about possibly getting into wrestling because I know he was a football star
Right.
before that. From what I've seen of him in the ring, he's pretty good. He's he's better than I was expecting. Um, I guess he's been training longer than I thought. But I can't wait to see what the future holds for him. Because he's got speed, he's got strength, he seems pretty agile. Uh, I can't wait to see what the future holds for him. Uh, I could definitely see him one day being the NXT champion.
Yeah, definitely. I think the dude. I think the reason they put him at the forefront is because he's got the total package. Obviously, there's probably like some refining that needs to be done. He's got to gather some more experience, but he's got the full package. He's definitely got a whole heaping load of potential. So, yeah, definitely interested to see where it goes, man. Because the dude's good, but I mean, I don't think Chomp is gonna take too kindly to him fucking staring at his title for too much longer. So, we'll see where that goes. We'll see where that goes, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later on in the night. So, um, next up, we had a promo. It was Daniel Vidot. Is his name, and he's walking in the parking lot up to the door with a couple ladies around him, and um, they're two unidentified ladies. I don't know their names. And he was essentially interrupted by a jobber who like tried to like cut in front and get to the door, and he was like, "What the fuck, man? Ladies first. Let the ladies in, and then just beat the shit out of this guy." Like he he just fucking mollywopped the poor dude. Like who knows? Maybe the dude had to go in there and take a shit. You know what I mean? He probably had the runs or something. And this guy just fucking just just mollywopped the holy hell out of him. Threw him into the door. Obviously, you know what they say about NXT. The parking lot is like the most dangerous area in the NXT. Uh, so yeah, Vidal, he came across as very vicious here, but he's I guess he's a gentleman. You know, he held the door for the ladies, so I guess he's a gentleman, but he's vicious. I mean, he damn near broke that dude's fucking whole face. They damn near turned his face into a soup bowl. Fucking I guess we'll see, I guess we'll see what's going on. I think he's definitely gonna be a part of this whole rebrand and the new faces showing up here. Uh, but yeah, but yeah. Well, I say Daniel Vidot. I think that's his real name. I think he goes by. I think it's Zion Quinn or something in the ring. I can't. I don't know if they maybe changed it back or whatever, but
I think it is Zion Quinn.
yeah. But I think Vidot is his real name. I think he's actually. I want to say he's an MMA fighter. I might be wrong about that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Chia, so dude's vicious. He's already got a win under his belt. He beat Boa a couple of weeks ago, so um, yeah, interested to see where he goes. You know, I mean, the segment, for what it's worth, I mean, it wasn't the greatest segment of the night, but it wasn't bad either. But it was essentially just him kind of asserting his dominance over some jobber and the fucking damn near merging this man in with the door. I mean, he fucking yeah, like I say, he mollywopped him. I mean, he fucking whoo, he beat the shit out of him. Um, so yeah, segment wasn't bad. What did you think about
Um, he sure did mollywop that dude, man. That dude, like you said, he might have had the shits or something. And all of a sudden, now he's getting mollywopped because he had to use the bathroom.
it? Right.
Um, Overall, I thought it was an entertainment or entertaining segment. It wasn't too good or too bad. I think it was a good filler spot to fill the time. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
um, so next up, we had a segment where I just I wasn't really sure what to feel about this one. It was Trey Baxter versus I believe it's debuting. His name's Dante Chin,
uh-huh.
and this match was very quick. Uh, Probably lasted all of like 2 minutes, and Dante Chin ended up getting the win here in his debut over Trey Baxter, who was somebody who was in the breakout tournament. Uh,
Yep.
got got pretty far in the breakout tournament. I think he got, well, I say far, but there's only like 3 rounds. But like he picked up a win in the breakout tournament. So my confusion here is if you're gonna debut Dante, why put him over Trey Baxter? Like why put why, that I'm confused about that. I mean, I guess we had a little bit of payoff later in the night with it, and like maybe he'll get like some confidence back or something. But uh, I'm just not really sure what to feel with this one. Um, it's I literally have it word for word here in my notes as like I understand debuting new talent, but not at the expense of Trey Baxter. It was someone who was, like I said, already like he was in the breakout tournament. He got a win. It's like it almost felt disrespectful. And the match itself, like it was so quick. Like I don't think it really did anything for Dante Chen either. So it was, for NXT, it was definitely a very confusing segment for me.
Yeah, I don't think I really cared for this segment. Nothing against the two guys involved, but like you said, I don't. I think Trey Baxter deserved better than that, and to be in a, a basic, pretty pretty quick squash match. I didn't really care for it. Nothing against Dante Shin. Maybe uh maybe he shows us in the future how good he is and all of that, but I really wish they wouldn't have done it at the expense of Trey Baxter.
Right.
Um, like, yeah, I don't say this often about an NXT segment. I just really didn't care for this.
Yeah, it definitely. I just. It seems like everybody else has had some sort of direction coming out of the breakout tournament besides Baxter. So I mean, maybe like I think we got a little bit of a payoff later on in the night with it, but I just I think you could have put like if you're gonna put Dante over, you could have put him up against some other jobber and had Trey go against somebody else on the roster who was established and done the same story, right? You could have done the same thing. So I wasn't the biggest fan of it. Whatever. Uh, it's one of the few times where NXT misses. So it didn't hit with me. It didn't resonate at all. But yeah. Moving on, we had a segment called Chase University, which is brand new. Andre Chase's new segment here, and he was playing the role of a teacher who obviously he's teaching a class, and like the whole segment really was he was talking about like how Odyssey Jones failed in the breakout tournament, and like what Andre Chase would have done differently. And then somebody from the students piped up and said, "Well, didn't Odyssey beat you to advance to the finals of the tournament?" And Chase got so pissed off. I don't remember what he said, but I know they bleeped him out. He might have been like, "You motherfucker" or something. I was I was sitting like I was because obviously whenever something new happens, like you're intrigued, but like it was so off the wall that I was kind of like, huh? And then that happened. I was just dying. I just did. I was fucking dead at that point. I was like, I was like, you just call him motherfucker. So I thought this was pretty good. I think I think this is obviously the direction they're gonna go with the Andre Chase character. Uh, and yeah, man, it's just it's interesting, and we'll see a little bit more of him later on in the night.
Yeah, it was. I mean, at first I wasn't too entertained because I've never been the biggest fan of those teacher gimmicks.
Yeah,
It's never been my thing. But like you said,
Matt Striker 2.0.
yeah, when he looked like he cussed out that student that said he got beat, I thought that was pretty funny. Uh, did
Like
did he beat you? Like it was hilarious.
right, yeah,
Um,
you're very good, very good.
yeah,
It's like, you piece of shit, you motherfucker. Don't you talk to me like that? If I don't know. I guess I'm laughing so much because if I was it's for in some alternate universe like Marvel's What if if Diablo was a school teacher, like if somebody questioned my authority, I'd be like, you son of a bitch, listen, like that's just my personality. So I don't know. I'd definitely be cussing somebody. Like if somebody questioned my authority, like don't question my authority. Okay. Yeah, I thought this was good. It's interesting to see the direction like all these new faces are going, and so him to kind of have like that teacher gimmick. He is everything Matt Striker wish he could have been. Um,
Yeah.
fucking. So yeah, I thought it was pretty good. Moving on, we had an update on Kyle O'Reilly. O'Reilly, where
O'Reilly.
auto parts. Fucking. He re-injured his ribs due to the attack by by Pete Dunne and Ridge Holland. Uh, and I mean, his ribs are re-injured, but let's just say he's probably not going to be gone longer than you think. We got the update. His ribs are re-injured. It was said he was going to be out for a while. Whatever, whatever. So uh, next we had a promo from Joe Gacy where he was like panning on the ring. He was sitting in a chair, and I wasn't really sure what to make of this. I thought the promo itself was really good, but he was talking about like he like if 2021 were a person, in that moment it was Joe Gacy. Like he was talking about safe spaces, and I mean I guess everybody needs a safe space, like a place they could go to fucking like chill and relax and whatever. You know, mine's just fucking smoking a bunch of weed. I don't know about you, but fucking, he was talking about safe spaces. He was talking about how he didn't need to use his male privilege in order to get there, and I'm like, okay, like what's going on here? But
Yeah.
I thought the promo itself was pretty good. It's just for the fact that it's not really something that people in wrestling like. Um, it's not really it's not something that they adopt into their gimmick at all, right?
No.
So especially in like the modern age. So I guess it's an interesting angle. Like he's taken like this fucking almost like pacifist hippie approach to wrestling, which is like interesting. Um, but uh, he got interrupted by Cameron Grimes, I think, and they ended up having a match. Um,
Yeah.
Gacy hit him with like a springboard clothesline, which was pretty impressive. Um, the match itself was really good. But the main talking point was so Cameron Grimes like kind of hit him with a cave in out of nowhere, and then got the 1 2 3. So Grimes went over, and then Gacy just like instead of like just walking off like hurt or whatever, like like some people will just be walking up the ramp like holding their neck or whatever, like oh god I just got my ass beat, oh my god, like he just fucking force hugged Cameron Grimes, like he just bear hugged the shit out of him, and like I'm not gonna lie, like it just kind of made me feel awkward because I'm not sure whether to believe like this dude's just a fucking psychopath or just really meaning what he says. And so I don't know if a character like that really has a place in wrestling, especially amongst all the other I I feel like that gimmick would just like put him to the wayside, right? Like especially like in wrestling where everybody's kind of like, especially in NXT, you got some fucking savages down there. You have people like LA Knight and Pete Dunne and Tommaso Ciampa and Johnny Gargano. They're just savages on the mic, and I I'm not sure what to think of this whole Gacy angle, but it was interesting. I'll give it that. It was definitely interesting. He definitely damn near broke Cameron Grimes' spine, fucking hugging him afterwards. So maybe he was happy to lose, but I guess we'll see what happens going forward with it. But I don't. I'm not really. I'm not really sure what to think actually. What did you think about it?
I it was awkward, real awkward. Like at first I thought that WWE was poking fun at uh Democrat political views.
Right.
I was like, man, that's stupid. Why are you doing that? Like, all you're gonna do is piss a certain group of people off, and they're not gonna want to watch your product anymore.
Right.
Uh, I don't ever think it's cool to get political. Uh,
Ever.
yeah, like I just don't think that's a good idea. And I don't know, man. The weird hug thing at the end after Grimes had beat him, like I I don't know what kind of character he's playing. Like you said, is he playing a psychopath? Is he playing the political character? Like what's going on here?
Yeah.
It
Is he a psychopath or a snowflake? I'm not really sure which one to.
yeah, like I didn't know what was going on there. And I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this.
But I will say enough, like that it got me interested to see where it goes. Like like yeah, just where does it go from here? Like I just I don't see it lasting long. Like I don't think you can get your ass beat in a match and hug somebody every night and just be.
Yeah,
So I feel like this could be like the catalyst to him maybe just exploding or snapping and just maybe going in a different direction. I guess there's some possibilities with it. It's got us talking, which is one thing. So I think that's good. But it was definitely like within the segment itself, it was definitely a little awkward. Like you said, it was definitely awkward. Um, like almost to the point where it's like I don't really like watching awkward things. So
yeah.
yeah. Uh, ugh. So yeah, moving on. Um, we had let's see, we had a promo from Von Wagner. It was just kind of showing us like a little bit of his workout techniques. It was quick, impressive. It was just kind of like establishing him on the roster. Like I said, showing us some of his workout techniques. His first match ever was for the NXT title in a Fatal 4-Way. So I think they got a lot of faith in this guy. We'll see where it goes. I don't dislike the guy. I mean, he doesn't have like a whole like real like huge body of work and stuff to judge off of right now. But um, yeah, he's uh, he's interesting for sure. I think Von Wagner could be good.
I I don't know how to feel about him. Just because I haven't seen a bunch of him, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think he has just as much a chance as anybody to be a star. Um, I want to see more of him because, like you said, you don't just put somebody in NXT Championship match if you don't have faith in them. Um,
Right.
I just need to see more of him before I can truly form an opinion on him.
Yeah. So not really sure where he goes. We'll probably see him get a couple matches, build him up. Um, make him seem dominant, and then I guess we shall see where it goes.
Yep,
Yes, quite. Um,
quite, quite right.
yes, quite right. We had after this was a match between Electra Lopez and it was a jobber, but I got her name this week. It was Anna Shear. Her name was Anna Shear. Um,
Yeah,
so essentially the whole point of the match, obviously with Anna being a jobber in the situation. It was a quick match, and it was establishing Lopez as a single star, getting a couple wins under her belt, giving her some momentum, and just kind of, yeah, like I said, just kind of establishing her as a single star. Obviously, she's like the newest member of Legato, um, and I think it was a good idea for her to pick up a win here. I think these jobber scenarios can do some wonders for some of the talents that, um, especially in this situation where she finds herself in like an already established faction. So you gotta there's got to be some reason that she joined rather than she's that she's like of that lineage. Um, so yeah, I wasn't mad about it. I mean they've been doing some jobber work on NXT the last couple weeks or whatever, but yeah, I'm not mad about it. I think Electra Lopez can be really good, and I think eventually we could see her like up near the tip top of the card.
I agree. I think I think that this is one. I think NXT does this better than the main roster. Is they properly know how to do the jobber match.
Yes.
Uh, I I got what I needed out of this matchup. Like it let me see a little more of Electra and what she can do and what I can look forward to in the future. And I did all that stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Um, I think she's a great asset to Legado del Fantasma. Uh, because it's kind of been a sausage fest there for a while there. Uh, they got they kind of needed
Well, if you
that
didn't know,
female
now you
input.
know.
They kind of needed that female input, especially going up against Swerve.
Yeah, definitely.
Everybody.
It evens the playing field for sure. So
I why am I stuttering? It sound like Porky Pig. Uh,
that's off.
uh yeah, but I really enjoyed this. I can't wait to see more of her. And it was a step up from last week. You know, I say last week, but the week before last when she had her first jobber match. I think this one did better than that one.
Definitely. Um, and yeah, it was definitely time for Legato to kind of even the playing field because I mean that was kind of the one advantage that Hit Row had over Legato was B-Fab being in the corner. So I thought it was a good addition, and you definitely, especially like I said, coming into like an established team like that, you definitely need uh to build her up to be like on that level. They're established. Santos is a champion. Joaquin and Raul are probably right behind him soon. I mean, I doubt in my mind that they're not. I'd be surprised if they didn't get a tag team title run in the future here soon. So we'll see how it goes. Um, but yeah. So moving on. There was a promo from Legato after this, and essentially like Santos Escobar was hyping up Electra Lopez. Um, uh, now um, that Legato is complete, having Lopez in the group. Even went as far as to call her the first lady of Legato. They were referencing B-Fab a little bit. Hit Row interrupted. B-Fab kind of ambushed, and that was essentially the whole segment. But it was good. I mean, they did some really good promo work. I really like Santos Escobar on the mic. Um, and I think eventually, like once this leads to, obviously we're gonna get the Santos and Swerve Scott title match eventually. Um, but B-Fab and Electra Lopez are gonna get at it, and then Top Dollar, which is he's probably one of my favorites. Like I don't know why I like Top Dollar. He's really good on the mic. He's pretty damn good in the ring too. Um, and then we're gonna get Top Dollar and Ashanti Theodonis versus Raul and Joaquin Wild. So eventually, I really like this feud with the factions, and especially with how many factions they have in NXT right now. I could see a lot of this happening more often with these faction feuds. So I'm interested to see where it goes, man. But I do think Hit Row goes over Legato, which I'm not sure where that would leave them. You know what I mean? Like Legato kind of has fallen into an area where they have taken a lot of L's. So I would like to see them get a couple of solid wins under their belt coming up in there in the future.
I agree. They've kind of, especially when it comes to hit roll, they've kind of been on the losing end.
Yeah,
Uh, I
definitely
think
not.
I think they could use a couple W's to even the playing field, and then lead up to the eventual big matchup between all of them.
Yeah, definitely. Um, maybe we'll get an intergender fucking 8 men and women tag or something. You know what I mean? I don't know, but I think we'll definitely get something good from them coming up here in the future. Um, Moving on, we had a promo backstage where Trey Baxter was backstage. He was kind of looking, he was in the locker room, kind of looking upset after his loss, and Cora Jade came in, who, if you don't know, that's his real life girlfriend. They're actually like dating in real life or whatever. So came back there, and she was like, she gave him like a fat kiss on the lips. Um, Told him to chin up, really, like get your head together. It's like call him a superhero. Like you're a superhero. I thought it was good. Built some confidence back up for the guy. Obviously, he took a really bad L, so build up some confidence for the guy and fucking see where it goes.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah, man. Uh, like we said earlier, we think Trey deserves better than that, and hopefully he just goes up from here.
Yeah,
Hopefully this is just a slight bump in the road, not nothing too major.
definitely, definitely, cause the dude's super talented. Like he's probably one of the better high flyers in the business at the moment. So definitely really good, and hopefully he gets his opportunity going up here. Next, we had a promo from Raquel Gonzalez and Frankie Monet. It was confirming the championship match essentially. So I think I can't remember when it was gonna happen. I think it's this upcoming NXT is gonna happen if I'm not mistaken. They're gonna have their title match finally. It was postponed. I think it's been postponed like 2 weeks now. So um, fucking you know they definitely I'm not I'm well honestly, I'm not really sure how to feel about it because I don't know if they've done a good enough job of building Monet up to be an actual main event threat. I feel like Kaylee Ray should probably be in the spot because she's already kind of established. But I think I think it could be good, but I feel like it might do more harm to Frankie Monet than anything because she's she's had maybe like 3 matches since debuting and a whole lot of promos with her group. I'm not really sure how to feel about the match, but I'm pretty sure Raquel goes over. But I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm a fan of Frankie Monet, but I don't know, man. I think you're right. I don't know if she's ready for that position. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I I think Kaylee Ray would be a better pick. Not saying that Frankie Monet couldn't be champion in the future at some point. I just think right now I think Kaylee Ray would be a better pick.
Yeah, definitely. Because said she's already established. She's been there, done that. Fucking. I don't know. I think it would be a good idea to have her in that spot, but I guess that's why I'm not fucking booking matches. Um, Next up we had oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. I think it was Frankie Monet was interrupted by somebody named Lush Legend. The promo, and she was talking about how she's gonna debut like a new talk show, which I don't remember the name of. Sorry, but I had it in the notes, so I had to add that in there. But yeah, Lush Legend is a new superstar. I guess she's debuting a new talk show. I'm pretty sure that's gonna happen this week too. But after that, where I was gonna get to, we had Odyssey Jones. He was in a handicap match against a couple jobbers named I think it was like
Google
I think it
turn
was
off the lights.
Carrie Millman and Darren Chapata something. There's a couple jobbers. But they had a chant going for Odyssey. The crowd is really behind them. I think a lot of people really love Odyssey, which is good. I like him a lot too, but I wasn't aware as like how much he was getting over with the crowd. The crowd seems to be, like I said, really behind him. Um, Andre Trace kind of like interrupted here, um, and he it didn't really affect him any. Let's say that much. He just kind of ran roughshod over these guys. But I love Odyssey's energy. Um, he picked up a huge W. He hit like a splash on both of them. Pinned them both. Fucking 1, 2, 3, easy. Uh, Chase was really mad. Uh, I went to go ambush him like right after the bell rang. Odyssey uh, like there was a spot where like Chase grabbed a chair. Odyssey like was not really prepared for him to swing it at him, but Odyssey countered and he just fucking broke the whole chair. Like he just like punched the fucking seat out of the chair, which is wild. That's like how do you do that to poor Mr. Chair? Poor guy. But yeah, so uh, seemed like to be like this is gonna be a new a new feud moving forward. Um, Maybe that's just a sign that I'm hungry, even though I already ate, which is new feud coming up. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see Andre Chase versus Odyssey Jones in a ring here soon. No problems with that. I thought the match and the segment and everything encompassing it was pretty good.
Um, I am a big fan of Odyssey Jones. Uh, I don't know, man.
You know
He's
who
just
he reminds me of?
who.
Kind of like a more agile Mark Henry.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I, I really enjoy him in the ring. I thought the match did what it needed to do. It like they're building him up as this big unstoppable monster.
Yeah.
Uh, and and I can't wait to see more of it. And I can't wait to see uh where things go between him and Andre Chase.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that feud will be pretty good. Um,
Yeah.
Andre Chase being this fucking dipshit fucking teacher that he's gonna be. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, yeah. I really like Odyssey. The main thing the main thing that stands out to me about him is his energy. Like he's always so positive about everything. So, um, yeah, really good shit. Um, let's see. Backstage, we had a segment. It was Carmelo Hayes, Trick Williams, and Grayson Waller. Um, and it was essentially like I think they were getting like interviewed or maybe they were just backstage talking, but I don't remember. I don't recall. I apologize. But um, Carmelo Hayes, being the winner of the breakout tournament, he has a chance at a championship match. Pretty much it is at his whim. It's kind of like Money in the Bank in a sense. And he was keeping his options open. Um, trying to eventually lead up to a title match. Whenever we had uh, Mandy Rose, Gigi Dolan, and JC Jane kind of walk past here, and I think I can't remember. I think it was Trick. It was just kind of like, damn, like, like because I mean, don't get. I mean, they're all beautiful. Don't get me wrong. But I believe they're all going under the name. The three of them, those three women, are going under the name of Toxic Attraction now, which I guess fits them and like their style and like kind of what they're trying to portray. So interested to see that. But yeah, I thought that segment was pretty good. It's got some more faces on TV. Obviously, it's looming like in the background here that Carmelo Hayes has this championship opportunity. He can pretty much do whatever the fuck he wants with. So, uh, yeah, interested to see where it goes.
I I'm interested to see where Mandy Rose and her and Toxic Attraction goes. Um, I think Mandy Rose has been on the cusp of greatness for a while. She just, I don't know, she's just never been able to take that step. And I think coming back to NXT and working more with the people in NXT is going to give her that push that she needs to to make that step into greatness. And I can't wait to see it, honestly.
Definitely, I couldn't agree more. Um, yeah, it seems like a lot of the main roster, like going back to NXT, has done wonders for them. And so far, seems like Mandy Rose is just the next name on that list. So, um, very interested to see where they go in the future. Um, Following this, we had a promo from Ikemen Jiro, who the main thing I pulled from it was that he has very good energy and he has the potential to be a very good baby face. Like I feel like he's somebody that a lot of people could get behind. He's very quirky, enigmatic. Um, God, eccentric, I think is maybe the word. Uh,
Yeah,
to use like he's got very good energy. Yeah, like I said, he could be a great face for NXT.
I 100% agree with you, brother. I think
Just need to
I
see
think
more of
he
him in the
should.
ring, though.
Yeah, I think he shows great potential. I just need to see a little bit more. Like with a lot of these people, I just need to see a little bit more
Right.
of them before I can fully form my opinion. Because so many of these people are just so new,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, definitely. He's kind of one of the ones in the breakout tournament that's kind of like I don't want to say fallen under the radar, but he hasn't gotten as much attention as like some of the other guys, especially some from people that weren't in the breakout tournament, like Braun Breaker and Von Wagner and stuff like that. So like he could be he could be a good superstar. I just need to see more of him in the ring though. Like I know he's had some matches on 205 Live, but I don't really get to catch that too often. Um, so yeah, this could be great. It could be horrible. We'll see how it goes. 10-4. Moving on. We had a promo from Toxic Attraction come out. They came out to the ring. Um, she was kind of explaining why she's there. She came back to be everybody's golden goddess. So I mean, obviously, I mean, they're all heels, but this was like definitely like verbal, like word of mouth confirming it. Like they're like she's a heel again, which she was a face on the main roster. Now she's come down to NXT and she's definitely a little bit more heelish, which is cool. I like heel Mandy Rose. I think it's better for her. She was like accusing the fans um, of just disrespect and stuff like that, saying that she was treated the same as like Gigi and JC, um, and then each person of uh, of Toxic Attraction got a chance to speak here. I thought Gigi cut a really good promo. She comes across as like she reminds me of like like what's the best way to put like a more almost sinister version of Paige. She kind of gives me the Paige vibes, but she's got a little bit more edge to her for sure, which I like. Um, I think it's cool. And then JC cut a really good promo where she was essentially um, laying down a challenge to Zoe Stark and Io Shirai for those women's tag team championships. And in the promo that we got following that with Zoe and Io, they essentially accepted that challenge. So I believe that's going to be happening on this episode of NXT. So I mean, like with those two, I mean they kind of like mesh together. But I thought that was all really good. I'd like to see where Toxic Attraction goes. I think it's like the first real woman stable we've had in like a good minute. I can't think of the last one we've had. So, um, so yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Can't deny it.
I I agree with you. It's cool to see um, a women's faction. Um, I can't even remember the last time I saw a women's faction. Maybe when they first brought Sasha Banks and Becky Lynch and Charlotte up. That might be the last time we
Wait,
saw
no,
women's faction.
no, it was. Oh God, what did they call them? It was. Speaking of it was Paige. Uh, it was Paige, Mandy Rose, and Sonya Deville. What do they call themselves? Fuck, I'm spacing. Uh, uh, I guess we had the Riot Squad. You could include them too, but I mean they really just kind of disintegrated. But what was it? The Absolution, I think.
Something like that.
I think. But yeah, because I remember it was like right around the same time that the Riot Squad was around. It was Paige before she retired. She was like managing them though, but it didn't really go anywhere. So, but I think that's probably like the last. Yeah, I mean, as far as like the last one that really went anywhere, it's probably Sasha, Bailey, and Becky, and Charlotte whenever they came up and stuff. So and I yeah, yeah, we haven't had like a solid. Yeah, it's been a long time since we had like a solid women's stable. So um, yeah, definitely interested to see where it goes. But um, maybe they win the tag titles and one of my top 10 predictions comes to fruition. And I can toot my own horn on that. Um, so, but oh yeah, so speaking, I forgot to mention during the Zoe and Io promo, Indy's friend Persia that was at the wedding, she came in and interrupted and was like, "Oh yeah, well whenever Andy comes back from honeymoon, we're gonna challenge for those titles." And I was like, "Okay," and I was like, "Bitch, wait in line, like, fuck, fucking, let's be honest here." Um, so yeah, so that all happened. But then we got to our main event, and it was Tommaso Ciampa and Braun Breaker versus Ridge Holland and Pete Dunne. And man, was this a really good match? I thought this was a really good match. They built up a hot tag to Braun, where he kind of did his thing, kind of ran roughshod on everybody. Um, yeah, but one of the main talking points here was like we said earlier, like they gave us an update on Kyle O'Reilly and his injured ribs and shit. Well, guess what? He must have healed up pretty quick because he came back. Came back during this match. He returned. He ran in, kind of beat the shit out of. I think it was Ridge Holland. He got the upper hand on. Rolled him back in the ring. There was a quick little sequence. Um, Braun hinted of hitting him with his finisher, which is like a it's like an overhead press into a power slam, which looks pretty cool. Um, Braun ended up getting the victory. 1, 2, 3. And that was essentially the end of the show. Except another really good talking point was after the match, um, Braun picked up Tommaso's belt and was looking at it. And went to go hand it back to him, but he didn't let go. Like the first time, like he just didn't let go. He did not want to let go of the championship. And Tommaso was like, "Ha ha, young man, ha ha ha, give me my fucking belt." And so I think they're definitely like slow building up to. It could be like a potential like turn, like one of them turns on the other, or something. But I definitely see Braun Breaker versus Tommaso Ciampa in the future.
I definitely see that happening, and honestly, I can't wait to see it. Um, I think they'll. Well, I know they will because Chomp is one of those people that we often say can wrestle a broomstick and make it look good.
Yeah,
So
he definitely can. That's for damn sure. So
and and Braun Breaker shows a lot of potential. So I feel like it would be a really good matchup.
yes, definitely, definitely. As far as NXT this week, um, I give it an 8 out of 10. Also, that was pretty good. I like seeing the new faces. Um, a lot of it was kind of like setting up as like the direction moving forward. So like it wasn't the most entertaining in some points, but I still think it's solid. I think NXT does a really good job um, every week, and even with the um, the rebrand and everything, I still think it's a really good show. It's one you can't miss. So um, yeah, I give it an 8 out of 10 this week.
I, 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 I give it an 8 out of 10 as well. I really enjoyed it. Um, I think it proved again why NXT is must-watch television. Um, I'm happy that they're pushing a lot of new stars and giving us new people and fresh matchups and all of that.
Indeed, indeed. So NXT is a good show. I'm looking forward to see what they do tomorrow night. Um, because I just I really enjoy NXT and the rebrand, especially with all these new faces, because it's just fresh. Everything's fresh. So and there's so many directions that things could head, everything's kind of up in the air and eccentric and eclectic and yeah, like I really enjoy it. I can't be mad about it. 8 out of 10, and fuck yeah. Um, Moving into Dynamite, which started off with a fucking bang. Oh my god. Oh man, this. I gotta compose myself talking about this. This was something else, man. I was losing my mind watching this fucking match. So they decided to open Dynamite with Bryan Danielson versus Kenny Omega. Just get the defibrillator out, man. Just clear. Fucking bring me back to fucking life, dude. This match was fucking incredible, incredible. So we first of all, let me go through some of the chants that went through the crowd during this match. Holy shit! This is awesome, and fight forever. So I think that goes to show how good this was. They gave it like a 30-minute time limit, which I like that AEW
incorporates the time limit into their matches because it kind of gives them an out, right? Like it doesn't, like you don't have to do, like imagine if WWE did a time limit, maybe we wouldn't get so many surprise roll-ups every week or DQ finishes or a bunch of fucking
Or broken ropes.
yeah, or broken fucking ropes. God damn it. I'm so pissed about it. God, okay. Well, I'm gonna calm. I'm gonna calm. I'm gonna save my opinion for later in the week. I'm gonna stew in it and fucking unleash. Uh, but yeah, this match, just the crowd was fucking electric for this. I mean, before they even fucking did the collar and elbow tie up, man, it was uh, they were on their feet going nuts. Um, they they just beat the unholy fuck out of each other. Great technical work throughout the match. I really liked the way that they played it. It was like really slow in the beginning. It picked up and it kind of had like the snowball effect. It was really slow, really slow, really slow, really slow, and then it just turned into a full-on avalanche. Uh, there was a spot where I was almost damn near concerned for Brian Danielson's health. Fucking they were on the outside fighting on the ramp. Kenny Omega has the upper hand, and he takes a fucking full sprint down the ramp and just launches himself and V triggers him right in the back of the neck. I'm like, God, you're gonna fucking paralyze the guy. Like he just got back. He just got cleared a couple years ago, dude. Like, calm it the fuck down. He hit him with a vicious V trigger. Uh, there was a really good counter where he picks Brian Danielson up for the one wing angel and then Brian turns that into a poison Rana. It was like a really close near fall counter, near fall there. Um, there were so many near falls throughout the match where just like it seemed like either dude was gonna win. They really fucking played it incredible. Um, there's so many near fall. Just if you haven't seen this match, go watch it. Um, it's 30 minutes of just pure, unfiltered, fucking, you know, like not from concentrate, fucking great pro wrestling. And they reached the time limit here. It got to a point. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Brian was like finally getting the upper hand, like right in like the last like 45 seconds of the match. Like he finally got the upper hand back. He was gonna try to hit him with get him into the label lock. Um, and it just didn't work out, right? This time limit hits. There were some boos for it, but I mean, obviously, because I think there's more for the fact that they just wanted to see a winner for this, but they went out there for 30 minutes and just beat the ever loving shit out of each other. Um, Brian, obviously, like I said, he had the upper hand at the end of the match. The Elite came out and saved Omega. Um, there was like a triple super kick with Adam Cole and the Young Bucks just fucking mollywopped his ass, and then um, Christian and Jurassic Express came out there to save Brian, and they chased off the Elite, and that was essentially the end of the segment. But man, this match right here, whew, that was man, AEW did it again. I just I don't know what else to say. They fucking did it again. they, they, they they fucking killed it, man. Oh my god. What was your impressions on the match?
Said it once and I'll say it again. This is why I love pro wrestling.
Thank you.
Matches like this. My God. Like, I felt like CM Punk said it best afterwards when he came out for his promo. How do you follow that?
Yeah.
How?
How do you fucking follow
How?
that?
Like these two dudes just beat the ever living shit out of each other. Like, and I love, like you said, it had that snowball effect. It started off slow with grapples and stuff like that, but when it sped up, boy, did it speed up. And I don't feel bad. I felt the same way for poor old Brian Danielson. I thought poor old Kenny Omega was gonna kill the man, hitting him with all these fucking V triggers. I'm like, Jesus, man, don't you know he's got a bad neck? You trying to kill this poor guy? Like,
Honestly.
they beat the absolute dog shit out of each other. And I loved every single. This was my moment of the week. I I
Yeah.
couldn't believe they were giving us a match like this
For
on
free. It was for free. It was,
for free
it
on
was for free.
Dynamite. Like
It was
what?
for free. Like, oh my god.
And I love the use of the time limit too. Like they set it up where there was no clear winner, and it left fans chomping for a rematch. We want to see them run it back. Like, oh my gosh.
And
Like,
I guarantee you, we're gonna see it sooner rather than later.
I, and I can't wait because this matches everything I wanted it to be and more. Like, talk about over delivering. Uh, like
Yeah.
they they like people had high expectations for this match, and I feel like they still exceeded those expectations of the people. Like
Oh, tenfold.
what a match, man! Like criminy, man. Like it's hard to put into words how much I love this match. Like I went back and watched it a second time. It was just that good. Like I couldn't believe I had just seen it, and
Yeah.
and great use of the time limit rule. Um, I enjoyed uh, seeing the attack on Daniel Bryan afterwards, making the heels look more heelish, uh, and then the save by Jurassic Express and Christian. It was really good. I really enjoyed this match, man. It had me on the edge of my seat the whole time. Like I was popping so hard from this match. If they could have heard me, man, I'd have blew the roof off of that arena. Just I was so excited, so into this match, man. This is pro wrestling. Like this is a match when your friend asks you why you love pro wrestling. This is the match you show them. This is
Mm-hmm.
why I love pro wrestling. Like it was almost like you know what? I'll go out on limb. This was perfection. Like these two dudes went out there and showed you why pro wrestling is as good as it is, why it is as popular as it is. It's because people like these two dudes putting their putting their whole bodies on the line. Like, did you see Brian's chest?
Yeah,
Looked like ground beef.
it did.
Like,
It looked like some fucking great value ground beef for sure.
yeah, like it looked nasty. Like they put everything they had into this match, and oh man, they over delivered. Like,
Yeah,
and
that.
I did.
Oh man.
Didn't wait to see them run it back because they got to run it back. You can't just tease me like that at the end. Like, oh,
Yeah.
run it, run it back.
Man, yeah, like to your point, this was my moment of the week too. Especially with what was the Grand Slam Dynamite or whatever we got this week. Like, this was the way to open it up, man. Fucking, uh, I just it you'll be hard pressed to find a a better wrestling match than that this year. I mean, obviously, like my match of the year is Lucha Brothers versus the Young Bucks for the world title, world tag team titles. But this is definitely in the top five. Um, maybe even top
Oh
three,
yeah,
maybe even number two. Like this was so good. Just because these two guys have some of like the best psychology whenever it comes to matches in the business. Like they know what the fuck they're doing. Um, they know how to manipulate the crowd. They know how to do the slow burn matches. They know how to fucking do the the quick paced, high flying, high octane matches, and this had a little bit of everything in it. Like I said, it had that snowball effect where it just started off so slow and then it just turned off into a full on avalanche, and it came crashing down over some poor village in Alaska. It was fucking insane. Um, I I can't wait to see him run it back. Um, I the main question is Brian going to be the one to take the chip or take the strap off of Kenny Omega? I think it's entirely possible. He proved that he could beat him. He definitely proved that he
Oh
could
yeah.
beat him. And I think uh, like we were talking about earlier, like Roman has the best character work, but I think Brian Danielson and Kenny Omega 100% are the top two like wrestlers in the world when it comes to in ring action. Like these guys are on a whole different level when it comes to just put on wrestling matches. So oh man, it's 5 stars for me. I don't know what else more to say about this. Like I'm still like just sitting here talking about it. I'm replaying the whole match back in my head, and I'm sitting here in awe just thinking about it. Like,
I know. Like it's
and we got it for
like
fucking free, dude.
we got it for free, and like the more I think about it, the better it gets. Like anybody listening might think we're overselling this. No, if you love pro wrestling, watch this match
100%.
because start to finish, it was just a masterpiece. Like they tore the roof off, and the crowd was standing the whole time.
Mhm.
The whole match, the crowd was standing, and like, oh man,
Yeah, these AEW crowds are something else, man. I think all the true pro wrestling fans are really out there and about, you know. Um, man, WWE, like where are these
that's
kind of where are these matches at, man? We
like,
we've gotten a
that's all
couple
you can say.
we've gotten a couple of really good matches this year from WWE. I don't think anything can be put on the level of some of the content that AEW has put out, man. It's just wild what they've been able to do, and uh, unfortunately, we have to move on because there's so much more to talk about. But this is how they open the show, man. Like it's just insane. Uh, Following this, like you said, CM Punk came out and cut a promo. It's another great pop. And like he said, he came out and was like, "I'm glad I'm not fucking wrestling tonight because how do you follow that?" Like, god damn. It was another great promo by him. Um, he was essentially calling out Powerhouse Hobbs for the attack. They were gonna have a match, pardon me, coming up on Rampage on that Friday. Um, and he was essentially saying it's his job to put this motherfucker to sleep. So, CM Punk did his thing again, and I, I still can't believe that he's on my TV every week. he's he's really out here, man. Like it's insane. I'm so glad to see him back, and it really goes to show this man has not lost a step at all.
I 100% agree. He shows that he's still one of the best on the mic. Um, he gets a crowd reaction like nobody else. Like I know a lot of people, especially WWE strict people that are strictly WWE fans. Oh, he's not a draw. That's why he didn't make it in WWE. That's bullshit. CM Punk is arguably the biggest draw in wrestling. Like you, you can't say the man isn't. Like he was when he was in WWE. Like that anybody that hits me with that, oh, then why wasn't he champion? As often as a John Cena or Randy Orton because Vince is fucking stupid. That's why. Because Vince didn't
Right.
capitalize on what he had, and now AEW is, and ooh, is it whooping Vince's ass? And I'm not even gonna hold back. AEW is beating the dog shit out of you, Vince, and you need to do something and do something fast. Cause yeah, you got Roman, but what else you got?
Yeah, man. It's like you getting your ass beat. You getting curd
Yeah,
up. You getting curd up. Like,
and and not just a little bit neither. No, we talking about they dragging your ass down the hallway, punching you in the head while they dragging. Like
you don't talk about a mollywop. I mean, I
they
mean,
straight up whooping your ass. There's no fair fight to it. Like you
mm-mm.
cried deed, son. You got the fuck beat out you.
Yeah, it's a sad day for Vince McMahon on this day here. Um, so yeah, it's great shit. Uh, Punk is great. Um, like I said, I still can't believe we get to see him every week. Still wild to me, man. Like the fact that he's he's really out here. He's really doing this. So so
I know that.
yeah, I'm happy to see it, man. Yeah, but let's see. Moving on here, we had it was MJF versus Brian Pillman Jr. Um, this is something that they've been building up for a couple of weeks. Obviously, MJF has been like insulting Pillman's family. Um, went as far as like call his mom a drug addict. Went as far to say that Brian Pillman, God rest his soul, is in hell. He was going in, and this was kind of the climax to all that build here. So I thought the match itself was really good. But the thing that really separated, obviously, Pillman, I think they played a lot on Pillman Jr. being young and more inexperienced, and MGF had more. He played on his high IQ, like using distractions. Like he was like cowering into the corner, and then would take advantage and like drop toe hold him into the rope or into the turnbuckle. Um, like Wardlow would get involved on the outside. There was a part where MJF literally used Julia Hart as a human shield, right? So like it was definitely just kept playing on his emotions, using his IQ to get the upper hand over Pillman, and that ended up with MJF getting the W. Um,
Yep.
so I'm not mad about it. I mean, with the build, I wouldn't. I would have liked to see Pillman go over, but he'll have his time eventually. MJF is one of the biggest stars in the company. Uh, he's he's probably in line for a future world championship run. So uh, yeah, I think it was good, especially to give him some momentum after losing to Jericho. But the whole segment with everything, the build up to it, the match, everything, I thought it was really good.
And I'll say this: Brian Pillman Jr. has a bright future.
Oh yeah.
I think he he's on that cusp of greatness we talked about earlier. He's he's a tremendous talent and has a really bright future. With that said, MJF might be the best heel since CM Punk. MJF is an incredible heel, but he will make you hate him, hate his guts. Like,
Quick.
like he's just that good at being a heel. Like he will make you hate his guts. Like everything about him, you'll just hate him because stuff like you said, saying Brian Pillman's in hell and calling his mom like a crackhead and stuff.
Yeah.
Like there's no line he won't cross. Like and that's what good heels do. Like I think the mistake a lot of heels make nowadays is they're cautious about what they say. They they water themselves down so they don't get such heat on them that they don't know what to do. And I think MJF thrives in it. Like the more heat he has, the happier he is. Like he really knows how to be a true heel. Like the last time I've seen somebody get this much hate from the fans was I really think it was CM Punk when uh he did the thing with Paul Bear's ashes. I think that's the last time uh I saw a heel at the level that MJF is. I really enjoy MJF. I think he's an incredible talent. He's a great in-ring worker, and he's like I said, he's probably the best heel in the business today.
Oh yeah, definitely. It just it's almost to the point where I'm pretty sure he just doesn't. Uh, it's just I'm pretty sure. I don't. I'm pretty sure it's just his personality. Like I think it's just actually him. Like it's almost to that point.
And it makes you question, doesn't it? Like, is he just doing this for show, or is he a dick in real life?
He might just be a fucking big ass, big dick. He might just be a fucking asshole.
It's possible, but I enjoyed the match. I think the right person went over here. I would like to see Brian Pillman Jr. have a good comeback from this. I don't want to see him go on some losing streak or something. I would like to see him get right back into the action and get those W's again. But I I really enjoyed the matchup. I feel I think the matchup was better than people might believe it was, only because the crowd was kind of they were a little uh, worn out from the match that came before. Like we said, Kenny Omega and Brian Danielson really put on a clinic, and they kind of took the air out of the arena, like with how good their match was, and I feel like that affected the MJF and Brian Pillman Jr. match.
Yeah,
Like it made it seem slower and not as good, but it was honestly it was a good match.
yeah, I enjoyed it.
It just had the challenge of following Brian Danielson and Kenny Omega. Other
Right.
than that, like you put that match on any other card, and it could be arguably match of the night. Like it was a really good matchup.
Yeah, very much so. And yeah, so good shit. Um, I'm looking forward to see what happens with both guys moving forward. Like you said, I think Pillman's got a bright future. Obviously, he's got the legacy, he's got the name. And I think he's working hard to kind of live up to what his dad did before him, who was a legend in himself. So um, great shit. Looking forward to see you, like I said, with both these guys moving forward and um, see who does MJF antagonize next. um,
Good question.
yeah, who does he antagonize next? So um, yeah, next up here we had Chris Jericho and Jake Hager. They were cutting a promo on the American Top Team. Um, I think Hager said something to the effect of how they call themselves the Men of the Year. He's like Men of the Year. They're more like the Boys of the Week. I just thought it was pretty good. Um, I thought it was great work. Anytime Jericho touches a mic, touches a promo, it turns to gold. So can't be mad about that. But the main focus of this promo was to set up their match with the American Top Team on Rampage. So yeah, good shit. Not mad about it at all. Um,
no complaints. And going into the match, I thought the match itself was pretty good on Rampage also. So it led into it really well. Even the like the promo where I think they touched on it again. I can't remember what it's. It's like I'm a fat-headed dipshit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like they made a song about fucking Dan Lambert. They kept saying that over and over. So um, pretty funny. Got some good laughs. Did exactly what it was supposed to. It set up the match.
I enjoyed the promo. Like you said, Jericho can turn dirt into diamonds.
Oh yeah.
Like he's just that good in the ring and especially on the mic. Like it's hard to find people at Jericho's level on the mic. I mean, you could probably name a handful, but not more than that.
Right.
And it was a great segment. And what's his name? Dan Lambert.
Yeah.
I really like him, honestly, because I feel like, okay, I feel like he's doing the opposite persona that, what's his name on NXT was doing, but he does it well. Like calling millennials out and all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Like, like he's, I think he does it well. Like, he does it as a heel, and I don't know. He knows how to get under your skin with it, and I think he's amazing on the mic. I don't know why I've never seen him before, but I'm glad I've seen him because I think he's a hellacious manager and a fucking hellacious talker.
Oh,
And,
definitely.
and I just really enjoyed this whole segment, the back and forth and everything.
Yeah, yeah, it's really good shit. And I think I really like that Chris Jericho is the one that kind of came out to challenge Lambert on the mic because there's not a whole lot of people that can do it. But Jericho is one of the men that you can't really hold a candle to when it comes to the sticks. There's not a whole lot of people that can do that. So um, yeah, definitely really good. Definitely really good.
Yeah.
And then we got some even. I mean, the ball just kept on rolling, really, didn't it? I mean, this match right here, Malachi Black versus Cody Rhodes. So, uh, couple interesting points here. So Cody came out. He had Arn Anderson on his by his side, but his wife came back. Brandy Rhodes is back. She was in his corner. She went away to have a baby. Is back on the show. So good to see her back. Um, uh, this match was really good, really interesting in a lot of aspects because I don't know if people were just really that much behind Malachi or if they just don't like Cody Rhodes, but Cody was getting booed out the building. Like anytime he got the upper hand, he was getting booed out the fucking building. I don't know what the hell he did to these people, but he was getting booed. There was really cool spots throughout this match though. Obviously Malachi is for years now has done the springboard moonsault off the second rope into his little sit down where he just kind of stares at you. It's kind of a mind game that he plays. Um, he did that. Cody was on the outside. He was pretty pissed, but Brandy got into the ring, sat down right in front of him, and just flipped him off. It was like, "Fuck you," which it makes sense. She would do that. I mean, this man literally tried to decapitate her husband and pretty much his whole nightmare family. So yeah, she has a right to be pissed. Fuck yeah, it makes perfect sense why she would be pissed at this guy. She just threw up the middle fingers like directly in his face. It was like 2 inches from his nose. Um, Came down. I'm pretty sure Arn Anderson damn near fell to his death on the outside of the ring, which it happens. It happens to the best of us. Uh, so I'm not really gonna I'm not really gonna focus on it too much, but yeah, there were some really cool spots. Cody got the upper hand for a while. Like I said, he was getting booed out the building, but he ended up getting a good crossroads in. But Malachi kicked out, and he kind of lost focus. And Arn was like, "You need to get back in there and focus up, or whatever. You need to get back in there." And so he went to go get Malachi back into the ring, try to finish him off, and then Malachi sprayed him with this kabuki like black mist. Like I believe they were like there was a word used on the show that matches it perfect, like this corruption. You know, this he he sprayed him with the black mist and ended up getting the 1, 2, 3, and Malachi won. But Malachi's I think within the psychology of the match, he's living rent free inside Cody's head. Like Cody's not having a good time to the point like I said, he was getting booed out the building. He was like pushing the ref and stuff. Like he was not a happy camper today.
Uh, yeah, it was a very good matchup. I like that Cody focused on Malachi's leg because he knows how dangerous the Black Mass is. I don't know if that's what Malachi Black is still calling it, but since I don't know the AEW name, I'm gonna call it Black Mass. I really like how Cody focused on the leg. Uh, I actually liked the part when Brandy got in the ring and flipped him off. I thought that was pretty funny.
Right.
Uh, Not gonna lie, I did laugh out loud when Arn Anderson busted his ass. Um,
Yeah, I mean that's
but
just human nature. We laugh at people's misery, so.
oh yeah, but it led to uh, he got back up and it set up a good part of the match when Cody went to hit Malachi. Malachi moved and knocked Arn on his ass again. Uh, and ah, man, of course Malachi hits him with the black mist. Gets the win anyway. Um, I, I don't know what, like you said, I don't know what Cody did to these people, but they hate his fucking guts. Like,
Yeah.
like they were booing him out of the building the whole time, like during his entrance, the whole time during the match, after the match, they nonstop booed this man. Like, yeah, I don't know if it was so much. Well, I think they do like Malachi Black, but I think it's more they dislike Cody Rhodes. And I'm hoping that we get a massive heel turn out of this for Cody.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely, cause I don't see where else it goes, right? Like why does like I said to our point, it's like what the fuck happened? What did this man do?
like, damn, did he kick a little kid in the face or something? Damn. Did he
Probably.
run over somebody's dog? What did he do?
That might have been it. He probably just ran over somebody's dog, I think,
Yeah,
and didn't
brand
apologize
new
for it.
puppy just squished.
And so now he's getting instead of getting canceled on Twitter, they just canceled him in the arena.
But
I think that
I,
makes just the most sense.
I hope that they run it back, and I hope Malachi wins again, and that's when Cody snaps.
Yeah, because I feel like that's got to be the direction they go with this because he's just been running roughshod through the whole Nightmare family. So it's got to end up with Cody just going off the fucking deep end. Maybe he even turns on Arn. Maybe that's how we get the turn. Maybe he just hits Arn with Crossroads or something. So um,
Could be.
yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But um, so far, this is quite good. It's quite good indeed. Yes, yes indeed. Um, so yeah, fuck yeah. I love this. I'm really interested to see the direction that Malachi goes because I know eventually they're gonna diverge from the Nightmare family. It'll probably be around the time that Cody turns. So after this whole Nightmare family stuff, where does he go? You know, what's the direction? I'm curious. Because I feel like the possibilities are really endless with him. And you know, there's some people in that locker room he probably has some unfinished business with, like I don't know, like an Andrade. So you know, very interesting, very intriguing. And I've always liked Malachi. Every iteration of Malachi, whether it be Alistair or Tommy End or whatever, like he's an incredible talent, incredibly underrated in my opinion. I mean, I know a lot of people recognize his talent, but I think this dude's a fucking world champion waiting to happen. So, um, yeah, very interesting. Um, we'll go ahead and move on. So, um, following this, we had a promo between Sammy Guevara and Miro, and like the whole point of this was to set up their match for next week. Sammy's getting an opportunity at the TNT Championship. Um, yeah, it was good for what it's worth. Um, he's gonna get his opportunity at the TNT Championship, and I could see Sammy winning it. I think, you know, I feel like that'd be a good story to tell him getting redemption for his friend. But honestly, Miro looks to be fucking unstoppable, and he is really coming to his own with this Redeemer gimmick that he's got going on right now. So this man right here, this ain't no motherfucker to play with. That's for goddamn sure.
Miro is a monster. He's exactly what he should have been in WWE, but WWE didn't have the balls to pull the trigger.
Definitely didn't, and it's a damn shame.
It is,
Cause
because
look
the
what you
man's incredibly talented.
it's like look what you made him do. You made him go and be a fucking. You made him go and kill Fuego del Sol. He literally turned him into a soccer ball. He went run a rough shot. He ran rough shot through Eddie Kingston.
Yep,
Like he's on a fucking tear, and I don't see that momentum slowing down anytime soon.
me either.
Definitely not. So yeah, uh, fuck yeah. I think I think we're in for a real treat with Miro's future. I think he's definitely gonna be a world champion in the near future, no doubt in my mind. So yeah, yeah, very interested to see what happens with that. Um, following this, we had a really good match. Um, we had a tag team match. It was Sting and Darby Allin versus FTR, and I know we talked about this a little bit, so this is what I want to start off with. How in the fuck is Sting like what is he like 62, 63 still and he had like a damn near career ending injury and he can still go out there and put on matches better than Goldberg ever will. And he's got like almost a decade on him. I don't know the years, but he's like much older than Goldberg. How the fuck is Sting able to do all this and put on these good matches? And he hasn't been in the ring a whole lot, right? They've used him sparingly, but
Yep,
he can still come out there and put on really good matches. And they use Goldberg sparingly too, right? He's not on TV every week. He comes back, a couple times a year, has a match. Goldberg can't do a suplex without damn near killing somebody. I saw Sting do a cross body off the top rope.
I, I don't know, man.
What the
And
fuck?
what what gets me is WWE had Sting, and they refuse to use him, but
My
they're
God, yeah.
but they're constantly shoving fucking Goldberg down your throat. But every time Goldberg comes out, he's either injuring his damn self or damn near killing the people in the ring with him. Like, I, like, jeez, WWE, what the fuck you got going on? But
Yeah.
boy, I don't know how Sting does it. After the injury he had, I don't know how he still gets out there and jumps off the top rope on the people and goes at the pace that he does and still puts on those excellent matches. I just don't know how he does it, and I applaud him for it.
Yeah, it's wild, man. He's so good. I especially at this age, he's like 63. Like like I'm probably gonna be dead when I'm 63. Like that's morbid, but let's be honest. I'm probably gonna be dead when I'm 63. This motherfucker's jumping off the top rope, cross bodying motherfuckers. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but yeah, so there were some pretty good spots in the match. Tully Blanchard was on the outside. Obviously, he was in FTR's corner. He kind of ran interference with the chair, and it backfired on him. And there was a really cool spot. Like the way they did the pin was I can't remember which member of FTR. I think it was Dax Harwood. He he as in Sting had him in ready for the he had him in the Scorpion Deathlock, which I mean whatever, the sharpshooter essentially, right? But he had him in the Scorpion Deathlock, and they kind of did the spot like if you remember back whenever FTR was the revival, like in NXT at Takeover, whenever they were fighting DIY, where they were like holding
Yeah,
each other's hands, like refusing to tap out, right? So, um, yeah, it's Dax Hardwood and Cash Wheeler came from the outside, grabbed his hands. It was like, "You're not gonna tap. You're not gonna tap." And fucking Darby just coffin dropped him right there, and like his chest was fucking on the apron. So I imagine that they had to knock the wind out of him or something. I imagine that bitch hurt like a motherfucker. Uh, but yeah, he hit the coffin drop on the apron, and then Dax ended up tapping out, and Sting and Darby got the W here. I thought this match was really good overall. I really like the fact that like you know they brought in a lot of legends and a lot of like ex WWE talent and stuff, but a lot of them gets used sparingly, right? Like Mark Henry doesn't wrestle anymore. He's more of an announcer and backstage interviewer. Paul White's had maybe one match. I think he's had one match since he's been in. He's been around for a couple months now. Sting's had a couple matches, but he's been around for like a year almost. Um,
yeah,
so I really like the way that they use him, and they've definitely used Sting as like a catalyst to help propel Darby into stardom. And I love Darby Allin. I think he's great, and obviously FTR is probably top three tag teams in the world. They're just incredible technicians in what they do, and they have that old school style, which I really appreciate. So this Master Styles right here was really great. Can't complain about it. Really loved it. What do you think about the whole segment?
man, I really enjoyed it. Like we said, we don't know how at his age how he does it, but I thought Sting performed good, and I just really enjoyed Darby Allin. Uh, I like how you don't see top rope moves that you can usually do from anywhere, but Darby Allin has found a way to hit the coffin drop from some weird places at some weird angles,
Oh yeah,
uh, as seen in this match. And FTR, I think it can be argued that they're in the top three tag teams in the world. I, they're just that good, honestly. I really enjoyed the matchup. Uh, I'm, I'm happy that Sting and Darby got the W. I really enjoyed it, honestly. Uh, I think it was a great way to keep the momentum going on for the rest of the show.
yeah, definitely. Um, Solid work between all these guys. Uh, I look forward to seeing more. And yeah, shit's great.
Next time Sting gets back in the ring, I mean, it's gonna be a fucking treat for sure. And the fact that he can still do this, and he damn near had a career-ending injury, so uh, I'm just blown away at that fact. I don't know how the fuck he can do this. Um, anyway, so we got to our main event, and this was a bit of a toss-up match for me. I feel like it could have gone either way. Um, but I think the way that they did this was really good. It protected both. So maybe WWE should have taken some fucking notes. Damn it. Uh, so we had the AEW Women's World Title match. It was Ruby Soho versus Britt Baker. Obviously, Ruby won the opportunity to have this match at the Casino Battle Royal back at All Out, which is probably the greatest pay-per-view of all time. Don't at me. Um, and so this match was really great, man. It had a really good build to it. Ruby's like in the short time that she's been in AEW is really coming to her own, and I say that because it seems like she's just out there being herself, which is great because having giving the wrestlers the freedom to kind of maneuver through their own path. It's great, man. And we need more of that in wrestling. So WWE maybe need to take some fucking notes. Damn it.
I 100% agree. I, I think, especially right now, uh, the WWE's women's division seems to be like, I don't know, in this stale place. They don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And I think AEW is capitalizing on that by putting on amazing women's matches and telling great stories with their women. And like you said, hey, WWE, take some fucking notes for once, huh?
Mhm. Mhm.
Yep. Uh,
Mhm.
overall, I really enjoyed the matchup. I love the back and forth between the two. I love seeing Ruby Riot, forgive me, Ruby Soho.
How dare you mischaracterize somebody?
I know, right? Bad Raven,
It's 2021, man. God.
bad, bad, bad lunchbox. You done messed up. Uh,
You got
I
you got a
I
stale
like
sandwich in
seeing
that
Ruby.
lunchbox. No, I'm just kidding.
uh, I really, I really enjoyed the matchup. I like the back and forth offense, and I love the storytelling that they did. And honestly, I'm not mad that Britt Baker went over. Um, I could understand why she went over. Maybe it's a little soon to put the strap on Ruby Soho, uh, especially. I mean, she's only been seen a few times, so you don't really know if the crowd are going to still be into her, and you want to see that because, of course, the initial reaction is great, but you want to see if she's still going to keep that reaction, and so far she has. And after this match, I don't doubt in the future she's going to be AEW Women's Champion. Um, but I also don't want to see the strap taken off of Britt Baker right just yet because I think she's doing a phenomenal job with it. Um, but I thought this was a great way to end a, an amazing show. A show which I gave a 10 out of 10. I thought it was amazing top to bottom. Honestly,
Yeah, I agree. Shit was fucking great. There's a couple really cool spots in this match. Obviously, Britt did ended up getting the rub over Ruby here, but I think Ruby's gonna get her time easily. I think she's easily been established in the short time she's been there as a star within the company. But she had like a crossbody
to the outside of the ring on Rebel and Jamie Hayter that were out obviously in Britt's corner, which played into the end of the match. Um, Britt after the crossbody ended up like getting the upper hand. She kind of hit Ruby with a super kick, hit like this corkscrew neck breaker onto the floor, it was like off the apron, which I thought was really good. There's some really close near falls, but yeah, like the finish came in. It was like Hater and Rebel ran distractions after Ruby's finish. She hit her with what was previously known as the Riot Kick. I don't know what the name of the finisher is now. Hit her with the Riot Kick. They ran interference, and then Britt kind of hit her with the stomp, locked in the lockjaw. You know, Ruby tapped out. That was it. Um, yeah, good, very very good match. I think Britt's easily the most popular women's champion that they've had, arguably the best. Um, well, actually, probably not even arguably, definitely the best. Just the way that she carries herself as champion and her promo work, her in-ring ability. She's a bona fide star. So, I mean, shit's great. Shit's great. I loved it. Um, And as far as AEW Dynamite, I gave it a 9 out of 10. That was good. Um, fucking, not everything was perfect, obviously, uh, but the fucking Brian Omega match is really what what did it for me. I mean, like that was just nuts. I fuck it. I'm actually well. I mean, it's really like early in the morning at this point, but whenever I wake up, that might be the first thing I do when I wake up. I might have to set an alarm. It's like, yeah, you got to watch this match again. Just analyze the psychology of it all.
I 100% agree with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Um, so yes, moving on here, we had SmackDown next. Another really good show. Um, shit, did they deliver here? In my opinion. Um, so yeah, we had SmackDown. Opened up the show with Becky Lynch. Came down and kind of cut a promo on Bianca, and I thought Bex was out there kind of cracking some jokes, being funny. She cracked me up a couple times. It was really good work. Um, the main talking point of this whole segment though was Bianca came down, interrupted. She cut down. She came down and cut a great promo. Um, and then Becky just slapped the taste right out of her mouth. Just fucking pop, hit her one good time, slapped her right in the mouth. They ended up hitting with going into a brawl, and Bianca hit the KOD on Becky, and uh, it was really adding some more hype into this match. I really like Bianca Belair. She's coming to her own this year. Obviously, she's been on a hell of a run, and she is someone who is a genuine star. So it's very maybe like 2 years ago it wouldn't be believable to have Bianca in this spot, but now I mean she's someone who can hold her own. Whether it be verbal sparring, whether it be in-ring ability, she's definitely someone who can hold her own with the best of them. So it really just added more intrigue going into the match, and I really enjoyed the segment.
I do too. I think Becky Lynch is finally finding her way as a heel, and finally finding a way to get the people to boo her after cheering her for weeks. Uh,
Hmm.
I thought it did everything it needed to build up the match up for Extreme Rules. Uh, I think Becky Lynch is a beast on the mic.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
I agree. It was a really good segment. Did everything it was supposed to. Can't complain. Can't complain at all.
yeah.
So, anyhow, we had next up I believe it was Intercontinental Championship match. We had King Nakamura versus Apollo Crews. Ah
Yeah,
man, very interesting segment. So, um, I feel like this is something we've seen a lot of. So I'm not really sure the direction in which Apollo goes from here. Maybe he switches brands, but we'll see how it goes. Um, but yeah, very solid match. I believe there was a point where Boogs was on the outside just fucking jamming away. They came back from commercial break and he was just fucking jamming on the outside, fucking doing his thing. Boogs is a crazy man, but he hit a fucking overhead belly to belly on Commander Aziz on the outside, like right on the floor, which looked like it hurt, especially for that big man. Uh, Come crashing down like that, looked like that shit hurt. Um,
yeah,
but the match was quick, was good. Um, I think the match it kind of sort of a surprise roll up. Uh it seemed like Nakamura like was going for like an armbar and ended up like getting the pin out of it. Um, but I thought the match was good. The main thing that I take away from this though is where does Apollo go from here, right? So and
yeah,
Aziz, where do they go? And I feel like that's another person that probably could have been on our on at least on my list for the brand switch, like the top 10. I feel like he could have made that
yeah,
list, especially after what happened here, because it's like he had a whole lot of momentum, and he it seems to have halted a bit. So he seems to be drifting off into like a state of limbo at the moment. So I'm not really sure where he goes from here, but I wasn't pissed off about the segment at all.
yeah. I thought it was a decent match. I really, I as you know, I am a huge King Nakamura fan.
Yeah,
I love me some Shinsuke Nakamura. Uh, I was happy to see him get the W here because I feel like he's deserved a decent push for a while now, and he's finally getting it. But like you said, the question is, where does Cruz go from here? Um, I agree with you. I think that a switch in the draft, being drafted to Raw, would be really good for him.
yeah,
Uh,
definitely.
yeah, and I'd like to see some fresh matchups with him because I'll give Cruz this. He did completely reinvent himself with his current character. Um, and he he put himself in the spotlight, or they gave him the spotlight, and he has maintained it since they gave it to him. Oh, I think I want to see more of him in some fresh matchups.
Definitely, yeah. I think we need to build that character back up a little bit. Uh, and we shall see where the direction goes. But I feel like he's someone who could easily gain his momentum back. Uh, he's
Yes.
just got to get the right booking. But that's not always a saving grace in WWE. So we'll see. But I really like Apollo. He really came into his own with this new character. So cheer, cheer. Um, Next up here, we had a promo from Montez Ford. Apparently, Angelo Dawkins was out like he was at a wedding or something like that, so it like explains why Montez was on his own. And Montez is a great promo. I mean, both of them are really great, but Montez is a really good promo. He's just out there being himself. It seems like. Uh, he had the line where he called the Usos the Bloodline bitches, which I thought was really funny. Great work, and I mean, to an extent, it's true. Which, if you really think about it, it kind of plays on the fact that Jimmy, whenever he came back, was talking about how he ain't nobody's bitch. But let's be real, kind of Roman's bitch.
Mhm.
He's
You
kind of
gotta, you
he
gotta
kind of
roll.
he kind of Roman's bitch.
Yeah, you
mean,
kind of fell into the role, buddy.
hey, we if we're calling a spade, fuck
Yeah, shoe fits.
if the shoe fits. I thought it was funny. It was great work. This bled into a promo backstage between Paul Heyman and Roman Reigns, where Paul was explaining to him the things that Montez said, and he was like, Roman, he isn't Roman, was sitting there like, I want a match with him tonight. And Paul was going to try to advise him against it, and then Roman wasn't having any of that, and so that's what we got. There was a confirmation later on that we were gonna get Montez Ford versus Roman Reigns in our main event, which is very interesting. That's a fresh matchup, like not something I don't think we've ever seen before one on one. So I was really looking forward to that.
I agree. Uh, I'm a big fan of Montez Ford. I like his promo style. I did find it hilarious when he called them the Bloodline bitches. Uh, and I like Roman, so
Yeah, yeah.
excuse me. But I was hyped to see that matchup. Uh, uh,
Let's see. Came up next here. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. There was the promo that came after this was what confirmed the match. Um, it was Sonya Pierce and Paul Heyman backstage. That confirmed the match, but there was like an interesting talking point. Like it seemed like Pierce knew that Paul wanted to talk about the draft or something. Like he mentioned Brock Lesnar going to Raw or something like that, and blah blah blah. And then Paul essentially came up and was like, "Yeah, like I only want to confirm this match, blah 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 blah." And he's like, "And then later we can talk about the draft." So what are they gonna talk about? I want to know. I'm nosy as fuck. What are they trying to talk about? What are they? What is they talking about?
I 100% I agree with you. What you got to talk about, Paul? What you ain't telling us, Paul?
Yeah, Paul.
Tell me
Fucking
your secrets, Paul.
fucking Paul. God damn it, Paul.
Mr.
Uh,
Walrus, what aren't you telling me?
Mr. Walrus. Oh yeah.
Coo, 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 you? Uh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
this is interesting because
you
the
know,
thing that I get from Paul is that, especially over these last couple of weeks with the whole Brock Lesnar angle, it seems like he's hiding something, but it might not be what we're expecting. Like I definitely feel like he's hiding something, but I'm just not
I agree.
quite sure. And for some reason, I don't feel like it's him realigning with Brock Lesnar. I don't think that. But I want to
I
know what it.
agree.
I want to know what it is he's hiding. He's that conniving little walrus piece of garbage is fucking. He's a master manipulator. So come on, Paul, spill the fucking beans, Paul. God damn it, I'm tired of waiting. But we'll probably figure out more when SmackDown comes around or wherever Roman goes in the draft. I'm pretty sure he's not leaving SmackDown though. Like I'm
I,
I almost can guarantee you he's not leaving SmackDown. Probably because Fox don't want that shit. Roman's
I
a
can't
huge
handle this shit.
draw. Roman's a huge draw. So I don't know.
Oh yeah,
They
I
could.
don't like hearing that shit.
Yeah,
Fox ain't letting that motherfucker go.
no, not at all. Not at all. Uh, Yeah, moving on, we had a Seth Rollins promo where he was just sitting backstage in one of his wacky suits, and he essentially just was calling out Edge. Did some great work here. He was savage. He was talking about how he was calling it like obviously the saga between them's not over. Um, he called him out last week. There was no response, and so he went as far to say, "Is just like I will come and hunt you down and make you uh, and make you accept my challenge in front of your kids, in front of your wife and stuff." Like he was he was going in. He's definitely a bit off the rails. It was a savage promo. He called out Edge later on. It confirmed that Edge is going to be on SmackDown, so he will see him there. So yeah, interesting to see where this goes. But I really like this new Seth Rollins character. I think he's really coming to his own. Um, like especially since the crowd did kind of turn on him a couple years ago with everything with the Fiend and stuff. The crowd did kind of turn on him, and they didn't really like seeing him as a babyface. So he turned heel, and he became the Messiah, and the Messiah's kind of bled into this gimmick where I think you probably just call it the Visionary, right? It's bled into this, but I think this is really where he's coming to his own. Like obviously Seth's always been really good all around, but I think this character is just kind of putting him on another level.
I I really I'm with you there. I really enjoy the current Seth Rollins. I think Seth Rollins works best as a heel. I mean, he's an okay face, but when he's a heel, boy, is he good. He you just love to watch him as a heel, as he does his best work as a heel. And I can't wait to see what happens with him and Edge because Edge has been doing some really good work too since he's been back. Like it's like for him, it was just a switch that he had turned off because he was told he couldn't do it anymore. And as soon as they said he could do it again, he flipped that switch back on, and he's doing some some of his best work ever.
Damn right. Goddamn right. So, um, yeah, I'm just fucking. I'm interested to see where the final leg of this Edge feud goes. Because they've been putting on some really good work, some really compelling story. Um, I like I said, my thing is, when does this match take place? Like, like I think we talked about it before. Is it gonna be like a Survivor Series thing? Do they get drafted to different brands, and maybe it's like a brand to brand match, or do they get drafted to the same brands and this kind of bleeds out for a little bit? Like, what direction does this go? But I'm good to see it. This is a match that probably 5 years ago nobody thought would ever happen. So
Yep.
it's it's definitely it's definitely intriguing, and the fact that we're getting a trilogy of these matches, man, it is special. So no matter how it takes place or where, I'm gonna be all over it. And so far, both of them have delivered. So yeah, very interested to see where it goes. Um, yeah, moving on, we had Liv Morgan versus Zelina Vega. Now, I thought this was okay. Um, so like before the match even really began, Carmella interrupted. She walked down. She was like sitting on the commentary desk talking about how she's the most beautiful woman in the world. I mean, newsflash. I mean, she's beautiful, but no, not the most beautiful woman in the world. That's narcissistic. Maybe she could form a tag team with Charlotte Flair where they call themselves the narcissistic self-absorbed bitches. Uh, uh, but yeah, so there was like right when the bell rang, Liv hit Zelina with this nasty drop kick. It looked like she didn't even see it. She didn't see it coming at all, but it looked like she just got rocked by that thing. Yeah, Melo was on commentary. Uh, Once Liv kind of got the upper hand in the match, she started to run distractions. It's kind of a typical. typical thing to expect. Um, but ended up with Zelina Vega getting the W here, and I guess it's okay. I mean, Zelina needed a win. Liv needed a win, but she was probably going to go over in Extreme Rules, so it gives Zelina the W here. I'm not overly upset with it, but I definitely just want to see Liv win, get like a lot of momentum under her, and uh, and just kind of take off. So
Yeah, I agree. It's hard because I do like Zelina Vega, and I would like to see them push her better than they are. But I think Liv Morgan is already there. The she has so much love from the fans already. I think she deserves uh, a better push than she's been getting. Because I think she should have already been champion, and they just haven't pushed her. Uh, and I was worried after. Well, I wasn't so worried because I felt like this match pretty much told you who was going to win at Extreme Rules.
yeah, yeah, definitely. So um, like I said, we'll cover that in another video, but um, yeah, it definitely just kind of showed like the direction that it was gonna go in that uh, for that match. So I wasn't mad about it. Whatever. Zelina Vega needed a win. I don't know if she's had a win since she came back. So yeah, probably a good idea to have her win at least one match. So either way, moving on. We had Happy Corbin. He had a new talk show called Happy Talk, I believe it was called, and uh, fucking, this was a bit interesting because this was something that I didn't expect to see, um, and I wasn't mad about it. I was intrigued, but I don't think if this was on your bingo card for what was going to happen on Smackdown, I mean, well, congrats, you won. Because I sure as hell didn't see this coming. So, uh, essentially, Corbin came down. He announced himself as his guest, which I thought was kind of funny. He was like, "So of course the first guest on my show is going to be me." Blah 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 blah. Kevin Owens came down. He interrupted him, and then gets ambushed by somebody wearing all black, who comes out of the crowd, and the person reveals himself, and it's fucking Riddick Moss, who the last I remember seeing of him, he was 24/7 champion, and then they took the belt off of him, and then he was in Raw Underground for a bit, and we hadn't seen him since. So I guess he's aligned himself with Baron Corbin now, but I never thought I'd ever see Riddick Moss on TV again. So just like what? Like it was incredibly unexpected. I'm not mad about it. Like it took me by surprise. It definitely made the segment okay, but I was left being like in a state of like what the hell? Like what was this? So so yeah, I'm not really sure what to think about this whole segment.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. Uh, happy. I, I don't know how I feel about this new Corbin character altogether. Um, like It feels like it's just same old heel Baron Corbin to me. Like, I don't. When's the last time Baron Corbin was a face?
I don't
Was
think
it
he ever was.
NXT?
I don't know if he's ever been a face. I don't
I,
ever remember seeing him as a face. Could be NXT, but not on the main roster for sure. I don't remember seeing that at all. So,
I think it was NXT, like when the crowd used to count how long his matches were.
oh yeah,
Um, I think that was the last time. I think shortly after that he went heel, and he's just been heel since. And it's kind of boring to me, man. I feel like they're it's the same present with different rapping.
yeah. I feel like his gimmick is the same as the King, just without the kingly persona. He's just like it's pretty much the same, but he's just a douche with
Yeah,
with some gambling money, and
yeah,
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he just uh, it's just not hitting for me. So
yeah. I agree.
so yeah, I don't know, but maybe something will come of this. Maybe this could be the catalyst as to why you know a certain somebody Nick with the initials KO goes to a certain place with the initials of AEW. So uh, we'll see. Uh, we'll see. I don't know. I don't feel like this is the feud that Kevin Owens needs to be in at all. Like at all. But I'm not the booker, so whatever. Moving on.
Yeah,
We had another promo from Montez Ford, and it was with Kayla Braxton, and essentially she came back there, and uh, uh, she was like, do you regret like everything that you said about Roman and his family?" And then he like sang like Bloodline bitches in like this soulful tune, which I thought was really funny. It was like Bloodline bitches, fucking, which I thought it was really funny. It made me chuckle. And he was setting up the match later about how like he wasn't afraid to step into the ring with Roman, and blah blah blah. And yeah, I was looking forward to seeing Montez in singles action because we've gotten a few tastes of him in singles action, but not with someone as high profile of a star, I think, as Roman Reigns. So I was very interested to see like how he held his own match. So yeah, I was actually like really intrigued by this main event.
I I I was too. I like I said, I think I find Montez Ford really entertaining. I let, I won't lie, I was chuckling when when he was singing about the bloodline bitches. I think he's extremely entertaining, and he just got me more excited for the main event.
Definitely. So, moving on from this, we had a match. It was Nikki ASH. I didn't misgimmick her this time, versus Natalia. Which I'm gonna be honest with you. I literally like I got up for like 2 minutes to go make some food, and I came back and the match was over. Like I left during the entrances, and I came back and the match was over. So I had to like go back and rewind and watch it, and it was just a quick little squash. Like essentially, Nikki just won. But the whole fucking catalyst for this segment was to have Shotzi and Knox roll out on their tank and fire their missile at Rhea and Nikki's head. And I do believe that this is a tease that this is going to be the next feud. I guess I mean, if somebody fired a missile at my head, I'd be kind of pissed. I want to fight them. So I'm sure I'm sure this is the direction that they're going. But I'm just you know I'm confused for sure. Because it like literally it just lets me discombobulated. Like I literally got up, made some food, sat back down. The match was already over, and I saw a missile flying through the air. I was like, the fuck? Like, the fuck's going on here? So, uh, so yeah, it was a pretty quick segment. Nikki got the win really fast. Shotzi and Knox came out, and I think this should be the next feud. It only makes sense. Shotzi and Knox were kind of, uh, they're just kind of like robbed, really, of a title match. So, yeah, hopefully they get that match soon.
Yeah, man. I really didn't like this segment. Uh, like I don't like how they did Natalia. I mean, they were just the champions, and now you're telling me they can't last 5 minutes with the new champs in the ring? Like, what the heck? Like, they were champs for months, and now you're telling me they can't go 5 seconds in one-on-one competition with one of the new champs? It's like that didn't make any sense to me. Uh, the only thing I did like about this was the tease of Shotzi and Knox getting a championship opportunity. My only fear is that I really think Shotzi and Knox deserve a championship run, and I'm afraid that Vince isn't going to give it to them. He's gonna job them out to Nikki and Rhea, and I really don't want to see that.
Yeah, definitely not. Um, so yeah, I don't know where this goes from here, but yeah, you know, I guess we'll see. Uh, moving on, we had a couple promos back to back here. One featuring it was Ray and Dominic, and Ray was kind of like trying to coach up his son, obviously, but Dom was kind of pissed. I mean, rightfully so, because Ray was the one himself who said that Dom needs to spread his wings and fly, but Ray has not been letting him do that. And he has a right to feel some type of way about it, especially since Ray has been like the catalyst for him losing a lot of times, being a distraction at ringside. And he called him out on it. Ray walked off. He was just like he was. I think he said that you need to think about what you said. Walked off, and Dom was. He looked like he wasn't really having any of it. Then Sami Zayn came in and essentially played the role of God, I don't even know how to describe it here. He was essentially he was essentially he was essentially turning like he was doing the scene from Star Wars, I guess, where uh God, I'm not too familiar but I know the scene. I'm just not familiar with the characters, but it's whenever Anakin gets convinced to be Darth Vader. You know what I'm talking about? Like he's got the person in his
Yeah,
ear. Yeah, that's kind of what Sammy was playing on here, and he was telling the truth though. Like he really was. He's like he's like you don't need to listen to your dad. Like every time we've gotten in the ring, those 3 times, you got better each time to the point where you almost beat me 2 of them. So uh, he uh, he uh, he definitely spoke some truth here, which I appreciate. And it looked like Dom was definitely took what he said to heart. And then it cut away after that. But yeah, they're definitely building up to this split. They're definitely doing it. And I think I could see Dom being the one that snaps on him.
yeah, I agree. I, as I said in our other video about uh, our our draft picks and stuff, I really like Sami Zayn and what he's doing with his character, and I like how he's playing devil's advocate kind of uh, with Dom, and I like how they've been doing this slow burn with Ray and Dom and leading up and building up to the eventual split between the two, and I just I'm ready to see what how it goes down and what role Sami Zayn plays in all of this.
Yeah, so it seems like Sammy is gonna be like with his words and like I said, he just spoke the truth. It seems like he's gonna be the reason why Dom turns, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think I go back and forth on it. I'm not sure how I feel about it as the week goes on, or the weeks go on, but I think it could be interesting. I know it's not something I don't think Ray wants to do, so it's definitely weird. But we'll see what happens as time moves forward. Um, uh, yeah, I think Dom has a lot of potential, and obviously, yeah, he has gotten a lot better in the ring over the last year or two. So, um, yeah, I think maybe this could be good for him as a character, but we'll see how it goes. Um, moving on, we had a promo from Naomi. Now, I thought this was really good. This was a really good segment. They've been they've been definitely building something here, but I think this is something that could go in a couple different directions. So Naomi, since she got drafted over the SmackDown, or she got like moved over to SmackDown or whatever, traded or something, and ever since she's been on SmackDown, she just wants to have a match. And for whatever reason, Sonya Deville has not paid her the time of day. So she's tried everything in the book. She's gotten up in her face. You know, she's asked her nicely. She's asked her nicely a couple times. She got up in her face. She got fined, kayfabe fine, for getting in her face. She goes to the ring and cuts a promo and talking about how she still wants a match. And Sonya came out and interrupted her. And they were having some verbal sparring back and forth. And I believe Naomi challenged Sonya to a match. And Sonya essentially was like, no, like I'm a WWE official now, but let's be honest here. If we got in the ring, I'd kick your ass because you haven't done anything successful in the ring in, in a long time. And then um, Naomi was going on. She was like, "Well, make the match, blah blah blah," right? And then Sonya was just kind of like abusing her power. Had called security, completely like cut her mic, everything, um, which I thought was very interesting because I think we might at some point get Sonya versus Naomi, or maybe this could be the reason Naomi joins the Bloodline. I could see that. Um, so So yeah, I thought I thought this was really good. They're definitely setting something up here, and they've been burning it really slow, like a good blunt. They just been burning it slow. So once this thing does start to pop off, you know, where does it go? What direction does it go? I'm very interested to see it. And I don't think I've ever been this compelled for like a Naomi storyline ever.
Yeah, I agree. I like the storytelling they've been doing with this. I mean, I thought when it first started, I thought it was something that was just gonna last a few weeks. Uh, but they've really turned it into something that's really interesting and must watch. Um, I like how Sonya's kind of turning heel slowly but surely, and it's been a while since we've had a heel authority figure, and and especially an even longer time since we've had a heel authority figure that wasn't Vince, Triple H, Stephanie, or Shane.
Yeah.
Like, so it's something fresh, and I can't wait to see it. I I've enjoyed it so far, and I really liked how Sonya, like you said, abused her power this week.
Yeah.
She's
She's it's kind of maybe that's the character that she portrays moving forward. Maybe maybe she's the new Vince McMahon, tyrannical fucking backstage fucking. Maybe we get Naomi screwed Naomi. You know what I mean? But speaking, I don't know if you've seen. I know we're kind of. This is a bit of a detour. I don't know if you've seen. I know you. I'm pretty sure you've watched Dark Side of the Ring. I started
yeah,
watching it from the very beginning, and the Montreal Screwjob was in season one. That was a very interesting watch if you haven't seen it. Anybody
yes,
out there? That is a very interesting watch. So check that out. That's obviously what I was referencing, where Vince infamously said Brett screwed Brett, blah blah blah. But that was a very intriguing watch, and they have some very interesting stories there. So yeah, I don't know. I've watched a couple of, like, I watched the Benoit one, and uh the the recent one with the plane ride from hell. I watched that. So I've watched a couple of them, but I haven't watched them all in order. It's like, damn, like some of the shit that happened, like since happened, some of these people, like, it's fucking
have,
wild.
have you seen the one with Jake the Snake?
No, not yet. I left off. I watched the one about Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth. I
Uh
watched
huh.
the Montreal Screwjob. I watched Bruiser Brody. I watched the one about the Von Erichs, and then I think I was watching the one about Gino Hernandez.
And oh yeah, the Bruiser Brody one was fucked.
Yeah, that motherfucker walked away scot free after stabbing him. And went and had a match.
Yeah,
Like what the fuck? Uh,
but I'm telling you, bro, when you'll understand what I'm saying when you see the one on Jake the Snake and his family. Like, holy shit, it was fucked.
I can't
Like,
wait to see it. Can't wait to see it. I might
like,
watch that before work tomorrow.
but anyway, yeah,
Anyway, that was a bit of a detour. Um, so we had a couple segments leading up to the main event here. Um, it was Roman and the Usos were walking, obviously with Paul Heyman, the Bloodline, were walking out to the ring. Roman's getting ready for his main event match against Montez Ford, and the Alpha Academy came by and had a little face-off with them, which I think that could be a good feud. But I WWE, I would like to see it. Don't get me wrong, but WWE has never really been keen on doing like heel versus heel stuff too much. So I'm not sure what direction they'd go with it, but I trust anything that the Bloodline does. So I think it could be good. So Usos versus Alpha Academy. I mean, why not? Why not? Um, we had another promo from Becky, who she was backstage. Essentially, she cut another really great promo. It was just setting up the match for Extreme Rules. It was nothing, nothing. It was just essentially that, right? It was just essentially nothing more than that. That led
yeah,
into the main event. We had Roman Reigns versus Montez Ford, which there was a really funny moment where Montez had like the upper hand for a bit. He goes to get up on the announcer's table to like probably do some move, and it just collapses underneath him. And Pat McAfee on commentary is like, "Oh shit!" It's like I love McAfee, man. He's so great. Speaking, if you haven't
yeah.
watched his show, that he does on his YouTube channel where like he talks about sports and shit. It's a really entertaining watch. Go check that shit out too. I really love everything that McAfee does. He's a great character. Um, but yeah, the main takeaways that I have from this match was, um, as a single star, Montez looks really good on his own. I don't want to see the Street Profits break up like anytime soon. Um, but if for some reason down the road that does happen, I think Montez could have a future as a single star for sure. Um, uh, yeah. So, uh, but there were some really interesting spots in this. Montez was doing like his like acrobat like cartwheel back spring, uh, backflip whatever. uh, and he botched it. Like he ended up like I think it's like his knees buckled or whatever, and he fell down. And Roman had this priceless reaction when he did it. Like he just looked at him and was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I thought that was pretty funny, but it was a small little botch. But the match itself was really good. Montez had a lot of momentum throughout the match. Uh, Unfortunately, you know, uh, Roman ended up getting the upper hand, um, put him in the chokehold, uh, and uh, eventually, Roman choked him out. Montez tapped, and then there was a lot of action that happened outside afterwards. So the Usos came out. They were grabbing a bunch of weapons. They put Montez through the table, and then the Demon, Finn Balor, came out with a save. Uh, Ran roughshod over. I say roughshod. I'm pretty sure they just ran away. Um, but yeah, Demon came out with the save for Montez, um, which you know maybe it'd have been nice if we could have got something like that in return at Extreme Rules.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, everything here was really good. I enjoyed it.
I did too. I think I mean, of course, Roman did Roman, and he's just been killing everything he does. But I think it was a really good showing for Montez Ford. Uh, I think he showed that he could hang with the big dogs, and that one day he should have a single foot. No time soon. I'm not anytime soon, because I think there's still a lot in the tank for the Street Profits. But I think when that day comes, I think uh, Montez Montez Ford will be the guy to grab onto that brass ring.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Um, and I think even Angelo Dawkins too. Like, just their skill set alone, and they have really good promo skills. Like I think they'd be really good on the mic, or not on the mic, but as single stars. Um, so yeah, looking forward to see what happens in the future with these guys. Obviously, Roman has a match against Extreme Rules against the Demon, and we'll talk about that later. Moving on, fucking we had we had Rampage. Uh, this was a really good show. Oh, I didn't get to say. I gave SmackDown an 8 out of 10 this week. Um,
So did I.
okay, so glad to see we're on the same page there. Um, so we had a bit of an interesting show with Rampage. It was a 2-hour special edition one. It opened up with Powerhouse Hobbs versus CM Punk, um, which I thought this was a really good match. Punk got the W here. I don't think there was any doubt in our minds that Punk wouldn't win this one. There was a couple cool spots. There was a part where he was like had the upper hand in the match. He just looked at Hook and flipped him off, which I don't know if we talked about this before already, but Hook is Taz's son, so that's pretty cool. Um, but there was like a really I don't know if this was a botch or just kind of fell the wrong way or whatever. But uh, CM Punk went for like a top rope Hurricane Rana, and way he fell, he came up bleeding. So I don't know if he just did the move wrong. He probably if it was just a botch or whatever. But he came up. He was bleeding like out of his mouth, like the side of his head or whatever. But he was it was definitely a nasty fall. I looked at it. I was like, oh whoa ooh. But this is a really good match, back and forth. Obviously, like I said, Punk got the W. Uh, Main thing that with about this though is I was really impressed with Hobbs. I really like Hobbs.
Yeah, man. You know, I think the expected outcome came from this match, but I'm really impressed by Mr. Hobbs. I think he's a great in-ring performer. I think he's a great big guy. Uh, I I liked how in the beginning it was hard for Punk to deal with Hobbs because he just is so powerful.
Hmm.
Yeah. Uh, boy, I just I think he has a bright future, man. I know we've said that about a few people today, but uh, I truly believe Hobbs could one day be maybe TNT champion.
Yeah, that'll
You
probably
know,
happen. That'll probably happen pretty soon. Well, I don't know about just soon's of a loose term, but I definitely could see it happening within the next couple of years. Like he's one of those guys that has been built up pretty well. He's been putting on good matches. Every time I've seen him in the ring, he's putting on good matches. So I think you could definitely trust him with the straps. So maybe down the road we'll get to see that.
I agree.
Indeedly doodly neighbor. Um, but yeah, I thought the match was good. Um, that bled into a there was a promo where it was Thunder Rosa, Jade Cargill, and Nyla Rose. It was all back to back to back, and I thought it was pretty good. It was just showing that there's like still a lot of animosity between all three of them. They were like playing on that before the Battle Royal, and it's obviously still there. So that's essentially all that the promo was for. It was very quick to the point, um, which is something that I really like about AEW because, like I said, I think I've said plenty of times before, they the way they do promos. Like some people get longer promos than others, but whenever like they do the quick ones, it's very quick to the point. It's not contrived bullshit. It gets the message across that it needs to, and I thought this was good. I have no complaints about it. Next up, we had the Super Click, which is, if you don't know, Adam Cole and the Young Bucks versus Christian and Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus or Jurassic Express. Um, this match was incredible. Uh, really, really impressive string of moves from Luchasaurus, where it was. Uh, I think the Young Bucks went for super kicks, and he like rolled through, did a spring up. Adam Cole went to hit him with the pump kick. He like dropped down and then kipped up. Hit God what was it? I think it was Matt Jackson. Hit him with the tail whip. Fucking hit Nick Jackson over the head, and then fucking literally choke slammed Adam Cole onto Nick Jackson. Just fucking choke slammed a motherfucker onto another motherfucker, like you told me. Uh, and this was really good, a high octane action. Um, fucking there was a really funny line from Don Callis on commentary during the match where he was talking about Christian. He was like, you might want to catch the next train ride to Stamford, which
which is the home of WWE headquarters. You don't know, if you don't know, you should know. I mean, anyway, but yeah, I thought this match was really great. Super Click ended up getting the W. Um, fucking, I have real no complaints about this. I thought the match was great. Luchasaurus was really the standout here for me. Just the way that he maneuvers in the ring for such a big guy is incredible to me. So yeah, I really enjoyed the match. Don't really have any complaints.
I enjoyed this match. Um, I'm a big supporter of. I know I've said this a lot, but there's so many good wrestlers. I'm a big supporter of Adam Cole, and he just I don't know, man. He just looks so happy to be in there with some of his best friends, doing what they do best. You know what I'm saying? And I like Jurassic Express. I really like Luchasaurus. Like I I won't lie, I marked out hard when he did that choke slam. Choke slam a motherfucker onto a motherfucker.
Yeah,
And
honestly.
I won't for people that who haven't seen it, it's not what you might think, where there's a guy laying on the ground and he choke slams a guy on top of him. No, he grabs Matt Jackson by the throat, backhanded, and while he's still standing up, he choke slams this man on top of him.
Yeah, really, he really gave no fucks with it. He just fucking.
He gave no fucks whatsoever about it, and
That
it
shit
was
had to
so
hurt.
entertaining. Oh yeah, and it was just such a good matchup, man. That's one thing. There's a few things I give AEW over WWE, but this is probably one of the biggest ones. Is what they do with their tag teams. Like, oh man, their tag team division and their tag team work. I'm sorry, it's far superior to what WWE gives us. Like,
Oh yeah, leaps and bounds.
yeah, like they do so good. Man, this I really enjoyed this matchup, man. It was another start to finish, sitting on the edge of my seat, biting my nails. I can't wait to see who. I honestly didn't know who was going to pull off the victory during this matchup. Um, but I would I was happy with the Super Click winning. I know they're. I mean, I know they've been teams in the past and other companies, but I know that just they're just forming together on uh American television on AEW, and I can't wait to see what AEW does with the Super Click and see if they become dominant like the Bloodline is for WWE. I'm I'm excited to see where they go.
Yes, yes indeed. Um, I foresee Adam Cole as a AEW World Champion in the near future. Uh,
Oh yeah. Oh, and I can't forget this: the pop that Adam Cole got.
oh my God,
Jeez,
yeah,
Louise, Adam Cole, baby, and they the
yeah.
fans were just eating it up, man.
They
The
were,
AEW fans, like you said, man, they're something else.
yeah, they were eating this all up. As soon as his music hit, they were crazy. Obviously, he does like the synchronized boom with his music.
Yeah,
Fucking that was fucking loud as shit. But the God that Adam Cole baby is just so loud. Everybody is that arena is screaming at the top of their voice. Fucking just just absolutely insane. Loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Yes.
I can't wait to see more Adam Cole in AEW, baby. That shit's fucking great. Um,
Yeah.
anyway, so moving on, it was American Top Team versus Chris Jericho and Jake Hager, which was uh, interesting segment to say the least. So um, one thing I noticed is it's crazy how good Jericho still is after doing this for so long. The fact he can still put on matches at his age. I think he's like what 50 something. So the fact he can still do the things that he's doing is incredible. The match was pretty good, I guess, but the main talking point is what happened towards the end here. So Dan Lambert kind of ran a distraction and interference. I believe he tripped up Hager as he was going to hit the ropes, and it ended up in a surprise roll up. And they they brought Dan Lambert into the ring, and the rest of like all the people that were in the ring like last week, like all the MMA fighters and stuff, they like come out through the crowd, surround the ring, and just fucking ambush Jericho and Hager. And I believe it was Jorge Masvidal of all people hit
Yep.
Jericho in the face with a running knee that looked pretty vicious. Not gonna lie, it looked vicious. Um, it, so this was definitely not what I was expecting from this match. I I guess I didn't really know what to expect. You know, maybe maybe I should just have expected the unexpected. I did, you know, if on on my weekly wrestling bingo card, I didn't have Jorge Masvidal kneeing Chris Jericho in the face in a vicious manner like that. I did not see that one coming. So I thought the match itself was pretty good. I didn't really like the finish, obviously, just because you know surprise roll-ups suck the energy out of my life. Um, and yeah, I just I, I'm kind of speechless. Like I'm more flabbergasted at this segment than anything else. I'm not really sure how to feel about it. But the only thing I really know is that I didn't like the finish.
Yeah, I think it was a good match. And you know what? It's not AEW's fault that I didn't care for the finish. It's their competition, WWE,
Yeah,
and all their, like we said earlier, all their freaking surprise roll ups, man. It, it takes it's like you said, what was it? An expected roll up.
yeah,
Like you just expect it to happen now, and it takes it. It's bad for AEW because it takes something that they don't do often and ruins it because you're so sick of seeing WWE do it over and over and over and over that when you go to watch AEW, you don't want to see it, even though it could be a great finish to a match.
yeah,
And it's pitiful, man. It's like in any other circumstance, I I would have seen that as a good move to continue the feud between the two groups and all of that. But no, it's hard to enjoy finishes like that because of how much WWE tries to shove them down your throat. Ooh, surprise roll up. Ooh, surprise roll up. Ooh, surprise roll up. Ooh, surprise. Like like what's his name from Family Guy? Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of
oh,
candy.
Adam West.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Fucking Adam
That
West.
that's that's WWE and their surprise roll. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Like
Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, that makes so much sense.
it's it's bad. And
Yeah, it's not
other than
good.
that, I thought it was a good matchup. I really, I'm with you. I did not expect Jorge Masvidal to be out there and knee the fuck out of Jericho's face. Like
Yeah, yeah,
it looked nasty. I'm not even gonna lie. Like and it was I don't know, it was different from the V trigger. Some the way he did it made it look just devastating. Like I don't see Omega putting anybody away with the V trigger. If
yeah,
Masvidal decides to become a wrestler, I could see him putting people away with that flying knee.
yeah. It looked brutal.
Uh, yeah,
So
outside of the surprise roll up, I enjoyed it. I really did.
yeah, yeah. I like I said, I'm not really sure how to feel about the segment because I guess I just didn't know what to expect going into it. But yeah, that knee was fucking brutal. And I guess if Jorge Masvidal ever makes the jump over to pro wrestling, yeah, yeah, I could see him putting away people with a fucking running knee like that, with big ass V trigger. That was just nasty. That was just nasty fucking knee. But I guess he knows how to throw them. You know, being a pro
Yeah,
fighter and all. So you know, maybe we'll see more of them. And get a bit of a long feud out of it. And, maybe I'll look back on this with more clear thought. But yeah, I wasn't really sure how to feel about it. But it wasn't bad by any means. I was just confused. I was like, what the fuck's going on here? Uh, but anywho, um,
yeah,
we had up next, I believe it was Sammy Guevara and Fuego del Sol. They came out of the tunnel, and Sammy had some cue cards where it had some messages on it. And like the way they shot it was really cool because all of a sudden you just see Miro appear. He just comes walking into frame, and you're like, oh shit, here we go. He ambushes both of them. Fucking Fuego got like power bombed off the stage through a table. Um, and then Miro locked in the game over on Sammy, and he just kind of beat the unholy fuck out of both these guys. Poor Fuego's been, I mean, he's gotten demasked since he's been in the. He's lost his car. Since he's been in AEW, he's been demasked. Fucking, he lost his car, used as a soccer ball, put off the stage through a table. This man's just having a shitty string of luck.
he is, man. And all because he won't leave Miro alone.
Yeah,
They say Miro's gonna take his wife.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's possible. Definitely possible.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wasn't really sure what was going on at first, because he was just like Sammy was just staring into the camera with the cue cards, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then yeah, I mean, fucking lo and behold, Miro just comes out and decided he wanted to kill today. Uh, so he fucked him up really good. Um, but yeah, following this, we had a promo from Andrade where he was calling out Pac again and was saying, I believe he was challenging him to another match. Saying essentially he was saying like, yes, you will lose again, and next time uh, you won't have any way to question it. So I think obviously Andrade is irked that Chavo got in the middle of his match because he thought he could beat Pac clean, and I respect that. You don't really see that out of heels a whole lot, so it was very interesting, very different. Um, yeah, I really like this Andrade character. I just wish we get to see him in action more.
I agree. I think AEW has brought the best out of Andrade, or they at least have let him showcase his best.
Yes.
Um, I really enjoyed his first his first match with Pac. I don't know if I really enjoyed their first match. I think a rematch between the two, if it doesn't have a funky finish, I think it could be a really great match.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to see kind of what happens between them. As Pac is another person that I want to see more of in the ring in AEW. I really like him.
Yes,
Um, I think these two guys together, they're just able to fucking able to put on banger matches. I've seen Andrade do many a great thing, and so um, he even got a 5-star match from Dave Meltzer, and that's like finding a fucking pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. So like,
I you're right.
so
You're right about that.
fucking the Observer. Yeah, right. Uh, um, but anyway, moving on, it was Anna Jay versus Penelope Ford, and this match started off with them fighting on the ramp, um, which was cool. I mean, obviously there's some animosity there. What I didn't understand is why did Penelope come out to the ring with the bunny in her corner, but Anna Jay and Ty Conti are supposed to be best friends, but Ty Conti didn't appear with Anna Jay to the ring. And I mean, I felt like that was kind of a weird way to book the match because they're best friends, obviously, and they all have heat with each other in the storyline. So like, it only makes sense for them all to come out and be there. But I digress. So started off with they were brawling on the ramp, which was pretty good. Uh, but the match was quick. It was okay, I guess, and it ended because the bunny ended up slipping Penelope Ford's and brass knuckles. She used them, clocked her in the jaw. 1, 2, 3. Penelope Ford easy win. Fucking and then there was an ambush after, and that's whenever Ty Conti comes out. She attempted to save them, um, and then or to save her best friend or whatever. She got beat down too, and then you had Orange Cassidy. Well, first HFO came out, like the rest of HFO, so like Butcher and the Blade, Mark Quinn, Isaiah Cassidy, and Matt Hardy. They were all out there, just kind of like guarding the ring while it happened. Then you had Orange Cassidy come out, Chris Statlander, and pretty much every member of the Dark Order. They chased off HFO. And it looked like they were teasing that the Dark Order was going to put all their differences aside and all that jazz. And Evil Uno rejected the handshake from, I don't know the name of the member, I'm still learning all of them, but he rejected the handshake at the guy that he's been having like the most internal conflict with. And they walked off, and that was essentially the end of the segment. But this was so very weird to me the way that they had it all set up. I wasn't really sure how to feel about it.
Yeah, it was strange. I I don't know, man.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely don't know.
I see. I really don't know.
Yeah, it was. I guess it was okay for what it's worth, but I feel like they could have done the same thing. It's still like it only just makes sense to have Ty Conti out there with her best friend, especially knowing that the Bunny and Penelope Ford are not gonna be like they're pretty much inseparable also. So it's like, why wait backstage? It's almost like a slap in the face to your best friend. So I don't know. You know, if it were you going down to the ring with two people that we hated, I'd fucking go in your corner. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
so I just I didn't understand it, but whatever. I mean, it wasn't horrible. I just was left with more questions than I had answers. So, um, anyhow, we move on. Um, this is the main event of the night, which it was a lights out match, which I believe is just essentially like another term for like an unsanctioned match. Um, you had Lance Archer and Minoru Suzuki versus John Moxley and Eddie Kingston. Uh, but God, they beat the fuck out of each other. God damn. It was a really cool spot where Minoru like had two chairs. He like threw one down on the ramp and like challenged Moxley to a joust. It was like a little chair joust on the ramp. Uh, fucking Kingston was having like a chop fest with Suzuki in the middle of the ring, and to the point where like he got hit with one chop, and Suzuki just looked up and was like laughing his ass off. like he did, like he didn't even feel it. He was just like ha 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 ha. Like you fucking suck. But I thought was pretty savage. Um, there was a spot where literally Lance Archer fucking grabbed, like, I think it was like a belt or something. He wrapped around Mox's neck and fucking literally hanged him over the top rope. I was like, God damn, bro, this isn't the French Revolution. Uh, fucking, but yeah, that was really brutal. Mox ended up getting uh, his hands duct taped behind him like he was in handcuffs. It was like he couldn't fucking defend himself. Suzuki was back out there eating faces. He was like biting in a hell of chunk out of fucking John Moxley's scalp. Uh, it's like it was a funny part like right in the middle of the match where I think Kingston was like hitting Lance with chops and uh, Lance looked at him and flicked Kingston off and then like as as he flicked him off, Kingston just poked him in the eye, just boop. Which I thought was pretty funny. The cool part of the match came in the ending. They were in New York and got a surprise uh, superstar came out. It was Homicide. If you're not familiar with Homicide, you probably never watched TNA back in the day.
Yeah.
He was an incredible in-ring talent back then. Um, he came out, essentially helped Eddie and Mox get over um, uh, Lance and Suzuki, and it just kind of snowballed through the end of the match. Uh, it was like the way that the match ended was fucking Kingston put a trash can over Lance's head and just started beating it in with a fucking kendo stick, and then pinned him 1, 2, 3. Um, so I really enjoyed this. This shit was fucking brutal. Like I just I was surprised at the brutality that they really showcased in this.
I was too. Um, one thing I I said this a few times today too. One thing I applaud AEW on is allowing their superstars to be as brutal as they want to be.
Yes.
Um, they know that the fans want to see those types of matches, and stars like John Moxley and Suzuki and guys like that, they don't mind giving you those kind of matches. I like that they give the wrestlers the freedom to do those type of matches. Um, this was a brutal match, man. Like they they beat the shit out of each other. Like you said, Suzuki was trying to fucking bite a chunk out of fucking Moxley's head. Motherfucker was Count Dracula for a second.
Mhm.
Um, and just the sheer brutality, man. You know these guys were hurting afterwards. Like they had ice and Tylenol waiting on them.
Oh yeah.
Um, I think it was an excellent way to end an excellent show. Um, if I wouldn't mind seeing them run it back. And I won't lie, I was confused at first when I saw it. I thought they said suicide. And I'm like, what the fuck is suicide doing there?
Right.
What the fuck he gonna do? But when I rewatched it, I saw that it was homicide. Or well, when I saw him, I realized it was homicide.
Hmm.
And it was good to see him, man. I mean, he's from the glory days of Impact. I
Yeah,
mean, I know Impact's doing good now, but he's from the
the
when
OGs.
TNA was hot.
Yeah, he's from the OGs. He was what in LAX with
Yeah,
Homicide.
Hernandez.
Yeah, Homicide and Hernandez. It was back when they had Samoa Joe, AJ Styles, and them.
Yeah,
So, fucking, it was good to see him, and he got involved in the match and helped his bro get over. So, I can't be mad about that. I thought that whole segment was really good. It was brutal. Um, as a whole, I I I was not mad with anything that happened on uh, on Rampage. Really, like there were some things that confused me for sure, but I wasn't really mad about anything. I gave it a 9 out of 10. That was really good. Um, just because we had the opening match with sorry, we had the opening match with Hobbs and Punk, which delivered the Super Click versus Christian and Jurassic Express. That delivered Suzuki and Lance versus Mox and Kingston was really good. Um, and oh, I completely skipped over a whole match here. I just realized we didn't even talk about HFO versus Santana and Ortiz and the Lucha Bros. Um,
oh shit.
I completely skipped over that whole thing. Sorry, it's been a long day. Um,
Yeah.
before we end this out, go ahead and talk about that for a little bit. It's like they all eight of them kind of brawled to start the match. Uh, Cassidy came out and just kind of taunted Hardy for a little bit. Um, the whole match itself was high octane. It was very good. Um, ended up with Santana and Ortiz and the Lucha Bros going over HFO, which HFO just seems to be collecting L's. So I don't really know what their direction is, but Hardy's very funny. The main thing that came out of the match was he cut a promo after, and it was essentially setting up a hair versus hair match, but he didn't. He didn't challenge for himself. He put Jack Evans in the match, and he was like, "Hey man, nah, what the fuck?" He's like, "Hey, I ain't doing that shit." I thought that was pretty funny. Uh, but yeah, it didn't really talk about it. They'll just touch on it a little bit. It wasn't. It was a pretty quick match. It was high octane, very good. A lot of good spots. Anytime you get the Lucha Bros in there, I mean, it's gonna deliver. So, but yeah, as a whole show, I gave Rampage a 9 out of 10. Man, I thought it was really good all around.
I I agree with you, my friend. Um, I I was two excellent shows in a week for AEW, and what a way to end the week. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Like,
absolutely.
like they went out on top. Like WWE had a good week, but boy, AEW whooped their ass when it comes to the quality of product that they put out. Like,
Oh yeah, easily.
like hands down, if I got asked to watch either AEW shows again or WWE shows again from last week, hands down, I'm watching AEW.
Oh yeah, 100%. Um, uh, yeah, AEW is just on a whole nother level right now. So, uh, and they're only gonna get stronger. I've heard some rumors about some people they might be bringing in.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to wait and see about that. But yeah, man. Yeah, man. This was a long one. This is a long podcast.
It was.
It was. So it's damn near going on 5 hours. So
Uh, is there anything that you want to add in closing?
Just that I love professional wrestling. If you've never seen it or you've been away for a while, I plead with you, please watch it. It's so entertaining
Oh, it is.
and
It is right now.
it's so good, man.
It's in the best spot it's been in a long time. That's for damn sure.
Yep.
Yep. So, um, I guess in closing, just look out. We got a couple other videos coming this week. Um, look out for the Extreme Rules video. We'll be covering that probably in a couple of days here. Maybe tomorrow we'll do that. Not sure. And then look out. We got another top 10 coming. I guess we can go ahead and leak what that's going to be now. And then we can obviously go ahead and prep for that. I just got to pull it up here because we got a whole list of ideas here of what we're gonna do. I believe the next one is. Oh, it's taking a minute to load. It is top ten wrestlers who would benefit from a title push. So this is going to cover AEW and WWE. It could be any championship, and I think this is going to be an interesting one to do. Our last top 10, we were uh, pretty much we had like a 50% similarity in our last
Yep.
in our last lists. So if you haven't seen that video, go check it out. So look out for the Extreme Rules video. That's going to be coming this week, and then we're going to be dropping another top 10. Um, so yeah, that's coming. Look for that. Um, as far as this podcast, that's pretty much the end of it. So from Diavolo,
And Lunchbox.
thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it, and we'll see you in the next one. Peace out, guys.
See you in the next one. Bye.